I'd like to ask the clerk, you can please let me know who is present and if we have a quorum. On the mic, my dear. Uh,
Senator Tenorio, Senator Rector, Senator Tom Atta, Senator B.J. Cruz, Senator Tina Munoz Barnes, Senator Tello Taitagui, and Speaker Juan Pat. There are 7 senators. Speaker, we don't have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Sergeant at Arms, can you please start calling the senators to make sure that they're in so we can start session? Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and the session is called to order. Senator Respicio, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the request of Senator Cruz, Vice Speaker Cruz, notwithstanding the House rules, I move to refer Bill number 47 back to the Committee of Jurisdiction.
On the motion, then, without any objection, so ordered. So the next bill that we have on top of the agenda is Bill 110, and I'd like to recognize Senator Rector on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move Bill 110 be moved to the third reading file, and I'd like to speak on the bill.
Okay, please proceed then.
Thank you. Bill 110 is a very simple bill. It doesn't cost the people of Guam any money. It doesn't mandate any new obligations on agencies. It's quite simple. What it does, it changes Guam Public School System back to its original name, the Department of Education. And why would we think that this is important? Well, sometimes we forget that we get so busy caught up in our little own personal sections that we forget that we're just one island. We're one government, we're one people, and when we work together, everything works better. When we changed the name from the Department of Education, the Department of Education and all of our public structure provided good middle-class jobs for our people. Everybody in this sector had decent health insurance. It was a little bit after they lost their decent retirement plan. We spent more money per child in the public school system. We had more certified teachers in the public school system. Everything worked a little bit better. You know, and sometimes folks say, well, this is the modern government. This is the new day. We need to have the progressive outsource and cut and reduce and be frugal. And we've been doing that for 10 years now, and nothing's gotten better. Our school system hasn't gotten any better. Our standard of living for our people haven't gotten any better. It's time for us to go back and do the things that we know work. And while this bill doesn't tackle any of the major issues that we're going to be tackling in this legislature in the coming months and with some of the coming bills, it does remind us all that we are one people, we are one government, and our Department of Education is one agency in that government, and together we make it all work for the children of Guam. So I ask my colleagues' support on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. On the motion, are there any speakers? There being none, are there any objections then to placing Bill 110 on the third reading file? Without any objections, oh, I'm sorry. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized. 1 minute break. Okay.
But put me in detention, teacher. Suspend me or after still. Oh, boo. DJ said, oh, boo. Yeah, they don't do titles anymore. They just tie you up.
The legislature is back in session. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to review just some quick notes that were in the committee report. You know, Madam Speaker, what is in the name? I guess that's what I want to come to. You know, what is a rose by any other name would still smell the same, I suppose. Will we change the Guam public school system to the Department of Education? Are we really accomplishing anything? The superintendent said that it's internalized. The name of the organization has been changed from the Department of Education previously to the Guam public school system now. And She says that it recognized the organization as a system where the entire function of this very large entity is a system for producing individuals who go out into our community. And I think one of our members here, Senator Guthertz, was previously a board member, and I think she was part of that board at the time when they decided that, you know, they have a mantra, they have a mission for the Guam public school system, and that was something I'm just sure she'll want to speak to. So I don't want to steal her thunder, but I wonder what we really accomplish in naming the Department of Education from the existing Guam public school system. When you go about doing things, if you're looking at changing things to have some impact on the organization, to have an impact on the mission that it goes about fulfilling and how it works, how it functions, I don't know that changing the Department of Education from the existing name really accomplishes much. The bill speaks to the findings that the current title of the Guam public school system is confusing and not consistent with the current title of the majority of the U.S. state and federal education agencies. I don't understand the confusion. It seems pretty simple that the Guam public school system is a school system for the public, and it here within the island of Guam, is it any clearer to say that it is the Department of Education? That the function of our Guam public school system is educating our youth, prepare them for life, to go out and become a productive member of our community. You know, there's not a lot to this bill, as the author has indicated. It's pretty simple in its frame, and that the Department of Education will be the new name of the organization. But I'm really not convinced that that will have a profound or even any simple effect on how the system works, on how our children are going to be educated. What will this do to make sure that our graduates who come out of high school are not reading at the 6th grade level rather than they're reading perhaps at the 10th grade level or the 12th grade level? That they actually pass the 50th percentile for the majority of the students who come out of each one of the grades in the SATs. As you know, and I know both, worked on for many years to try to improve the test scores by virtue of legislation and working with those people who are stakeholders in our education system. Does this accomplish really anything other than a name change? I doubt it. And aside from having to change all the letterheads and then the business cards and other functions that go along with the naming of any organization, whether it be a private business or a government agency, I don't see the rationale in changing truly the Guam public school system to the Department of Education. And of course, I always want to make sure that I refer to, I think, the person who I have a great degree of respect for by virtue of their title and also the experience that that person has had, and you, Madam Speaker, as the chair of the Committee on Education and someone who's not just been a teacher but a principal. I just spoke to you a few minutes ago, and of course maybe you'll speak to this as well, but there was some, I guess there's some sentiment that, you know, we're all one government, and therefore the Department of Education makes it even more clear that this is a department in the executive branch and one of the line agencies, not a dotted line to the side floating on its own entity, its own operation, able to isolate itself from the rest of the government, because no one, I don't think, believes that. I don't think that the Guam public school system believes that either, because we all function as one island, as one government. And the mission of the Guam public school system, whether you call it Department of Education or the Guam public school system or any other name, I think is going to be contained in the mission statement of that agency. So if the mission statement of the Guam public school system, the Department of Education, is to educate our children, to make them proud, upstanding, productive members of our community, that in itself will drive their actions. It doesn't isolate them from our executive branch. It doesn't make the name any different. It just says that you shall go out and educate our youth to be able to bring them to a point that they can become someone like yourself, and someone like many of the other teachers and many of the people that are working with our community every day to try to improve the stake and the quality of life here on Guam. Madam Speaker, I defer to those, like I said earlier, who were in a position of responsibility, and the superintendent was opposed to this bill. He articulated it such in the public hearing. There was no testimony in support of the bill, except clearly from the author whose fundamental thought here is to change it back, and reading through the majority or the remainder of the legislative findings and intent said, is the intent of the legislature to amend the law and all other necessary provisions to officially rename said agency to the Department of Education. Aside from that, there's no other compelling reasoning, and therefore I stand in opposition to the bill. This is Masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Tenorio. On the motion to, first of all, is there anybody else who would like to speak? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm certainly glad this is the first bill that's on the agenda and our minds are all clear and fresh. If there's one thing that convinced me to change this, to support the change name, it probably was the superintendent's testimony. The superintendent's testimony was, don't change the name Guam Public School System because it's already been internalized. Well, maybe that's the problem, that what has been internalized is a system, and what we need to internalize is education. And if that's all that it takes is the title to internalize a philosophy, then let's change it to education. Because that is what maybe we're drifting away from with regards to the Department of Education. And that let's get away from trying to support a system, and let's try to support education. Let's try to support teachers who educate rather than let's try to support a system for teachers. Let's support the people for the mission, which is to educate and provide education. So I support the change name, and if we don't want to do it because we've internalized something, then we've internalized something completely wrong, and that's why maybe the system is not functioning to the degree that we see the increase in the educational attainment of our children. You know, I sat through the budget hearings with you, Madam Speaker, and looked at those things, looked at the scores, looked at a system that shows that when our children come into the system from home, that we see 50, 60, 70% level of proficient or advanced in reading, language, math when they come into the system. Once the system gets a hold of them, they go from 70% in first grade to 30% in second to 12% in third. So something is being internalized in the system that is not resulting in education. And so, if the name change is what becomes internalized, then I want the name to say education. And I support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Taitigui, and then Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity to review the hearing with regards to this particular bill. And I too had the opportunity to sit through the budget hearings of the GPSS system, looking at what our superintendent is trying to do and correct some of the problems that they have and move forward with it has nothing to do with the name. This legislature trying to change a name, we could do better than that. We could start working and helping improve the system and not complain about a name change that's going to cause some extra expenses due to this? No. The author of the bill mentioned, and even before, about a question asked with regards to funding, grant funding. Nothing will happen because the name is GPSS, Guam Public School System. So we're not in any threat of losing any opportunities for any grants. I have something here that was written. The Department of Education, DOE, is a term used in 49 to 50 states for the statewide education office. It is headed by a member of the state governor's cabinet and covers all levels of education from K to post-grade school, public and private. The public K to 12 schools are run by local school districts collectively within the states. These school districts are usually called the, and that state name, public school district system. I stand to not support this bill, and I hope my colleagues realizes that this thing that seems so simple can actually be so detrimental. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Taitagui. Senator Palacios, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the bill to change the name, even though it's just a change of name and perhaps maybe it's a harmless issue, it's costless. Nevertheless, I think if there's any benefit to it, it's more psychological than substantive. In fact, it would not change again the manner in which it's being administered. But you see, the name Department of Education is more focused. And I think that's what we need to do from here on forth, is to bring back more focus on the need to address education problems. Madam Speaker, there are problems in the Guam public school systems. And again, if nothing else, at least there is some psychological benefit that would force the mind of each and every one of us to look at this more from the standpoint of education and not from the standpoint of the systems. I have no problem with the current nomenclature, the current title. But with the change name, it's more simple, it's ordinary. I mean, it's mainland departments are called Department of Education, United States Department of Education. I mean, again, the focus is on education and not on the system. And on that basis, and it costs nothing, it hurts nobody, I rise in support of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're very welcome, Senator Palacios. On the motion, Senator Respicio, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too rise in support of this bill. And I want to say that we're not merely changing a name from the Guam Public School System to the Department of Education. I think this is a fundamental step toward really defining the role of the Guam Education Policy Board. And this is where the confusion began. The confusion began when legislatures before us passed a bill, became law, to allow a group of citizens to run for public office, and yet they called these groups of citizens policy makers, and that their role was very limited. You and I and others here have talked about this for quite some time, Madam Speaker, and we're all well aware that when you have people who put themselves out before the public and ask the public to support their candidacy for an elected office, and then you merely tell these groups of people that their role is simply policy, that's where the confusion begins. And the confusion began whenever you have the governor who manages the cash flow of the government of Guam, and the confusion began when you had a department acting as if though they're a fourth branch of government. And I want to commend the author of this legislation, and I think by changing the name from GPSS back to Department of Education, I think it's not going to stop here. It's going to force this legislature to define whether or not we want a group of people to be elected and simply have them be policy makers for the Guam, hopefully the Department of Education, or are we going to allow these groups of individuals to have that mandate that they receive from the public to be in these positions of elected offices? And so, you know, and while it looks on the surface that, well, we're going from GPSS back to DOE, several years ago when we went from DOE back to GPSS, that simple name change is what caused all of the confusion. It's what caused the Guam public school system to act as if though they're not part of this entire Governor of Guam structure and this Governor of Guam system when it comes to the management, cash management of this Government of Guam. The confusion began also when previous legislatures exempted the Guam public school system from the allotment control. And we talked about how this would exacerbate the cash flow and maybe lead to payless paydays in other departments and agencies. Sure, education is the priority, but when you start to degradate public services from other areas of the government, then the focus really will not be education because we're creating more problems elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, because the Speaker stepped down, I'm sure, to talk on the bill, I wanted to very quickly thank Speaker Wampat for her leadership in this area, and presumably I know that she supports this bill, and that hopefully this could be the impetus to get us to define the true role and true intent behind this Guam public school system and this Guam Education Policy Board. And we recently seen that there's so much confusion, Mr. Speaker, with the policymakers where now they want to intrude on the management of federal programs. And when we had an employee who manages the federal programs office stand up and say that, you know, this is something that the superintendent has to answer for, it's not policy, it's management, all of a sudden that individual was suspended, and the superintendent does not want to talk about why she placed this person on suspension. You know, so there are a lot of things that are going on with the Guam public school system that created an adversarial relationship between the superintendent, maybe the individual responsible for the management of federal funds, as well as the Guam Education Policy Board members themselves. How frustrated they must feel, Mr. Speaker, to be in an elected position, but yet they can simply just give policy, and every time they want to get into an area of the department, the superintendent simply says, oh, that's management, it's not policy. And so we've seen a lot of superintendents over the years rise and fall more than rise based on this fundamental confusion between the role of the policy board versus the role of the superintendent and the role the governor plays in this entire process when it comes to having to step in to find the money so that GPSS and hopefully now the Department of Education will avert these payless paydays. So I rise in full support of this bill, and I look forward to the author's energy being focused in, and the Speaker Wampat's leadership in this area being focused to truly define what the structure ought to be. And I think changing the name from GPSS to DOE is a major step in doing that. And I thank you for the opportunity to support this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Respicio. Any other speakers on the bill? Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that earlier it was said that what is, you know, in a name, and I remember when the bill was first introduced, you know, I had thought the same thing that, you know, what exactly will this bill, you know, do? And I have to agree with the previous speaker from Barrigado that when you really think of education, that and what its primary mission, you know, is educating our children, and there's this mindset. I think maybe if I pose maybe some of these mindsets that you know you hear in communities and not necessarily Guam, but I think in Guam is probably more people would say and laugh and joke about it that, my gosh, you know, there is definitely some truth to it, only because we're smaller and we see people around us, and this continues to perpetuate. And I had a conversation just yesterday, as a matter of fact, with a professor from the University of Guam, and he's one of our own. He's a homegrown professor. And I'd like to share that some of these mindsets that, you know, in our discussion with another, actually really two professors, but one locally who teaches with the University of Maryland, and then this other who teaches at the University of Iowa. And both of these individuals are homegrown, our own. Yet, we have this mindset as well, for them as well, is that when they tried to get a job here, to come back to our island, to give back to our community, only to be told is that we don't have a place for them. We do for others outside of our own, but never our own. And no matter what they do, even to go off island to get their credentials and come back and have the letters be after their names, still, they were not good enough because they're our own. So, I mean, that's the kind of mindset that we have. The other is that we practice today. At one time we discontinued it, and now it's back again into practice in our schools, is that as soon as you graduate, rather when you finish kindergarten, you finish 5th grade, you finish 8th grade, and you finish 12th grade, guess what is the commonality between all those levels? Graduation. So we hear children say, I'm done. I don't need to continue anymore. Then this other mindset is that we would be in charge, or we would take care of everybody from cradle to grave. I hear this everywhere I go. I hear this other thing is that, well, I don't have to worry about if I drop out of school because I can get a job. You know, I have somebody. It's who I know, not necessarily what I know. Then we have children also, and even, you know, educators who feel, I don't have to worry about, you know, being socially promoted. If I fail a couple of courses, it's okay. Because of my age, I'm going to be promoted up. And then there are those also who feel that I'm going to wash my hands entirely and then leave it up to the educators. I've had parents come into me and tell me, you're in charge. You take over. I've washed my hands. There's nothing that I can do anymore. And I think that when you start to hear these kind of ideas, these thoughts, you know, these perceptions that we have out there, we've started then to believe it. We internalize it. And then we expect it that it's going to happen, and when it doesn't happen, all of a sudden we're blown away. So yes, what's in a name? But you know, education, that's the whole business of the Department of Education, yes, is to educate our children. And if it's kind of late now with my generation maybe, or the older generation, we've got to start with our children now. Because how we raise, how we educate our children will determine what their society is going to be like. And I hope that all of us would just later on with this, I know a minor change, would start to think that there's more to this. And once we start to think education, we're going to start to see some changes. And I really believe we've started to see some changes. We're seeing accountability now. We're seeing some transparency. We're seeing them admit to some of their mistakes that are happening. Where the community is starting to raise their arms, you know, in protest by saying we can't just keep throwing money away. We've got to start to see some accountability. And I think this legislature has been really good. Even this past legislature has really been good in terms of working to change that mindset, working to do some reformation with our children. And this is not, you know, granted a very big step, but only because when you look at it, you can't measure it right now. But I think the biggest change, the biggest reform is when we have this paradigm shift, when we start to change our attitudes, when we start to change our perception of how we look at things and what we expect of things to be done. So it's minor, yes. And I hope my colleagues who I know earlier had said that, you know, because you're right, the superintendent has not, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. But, you know, I know and I agree with the Senator Barragata as well that we look to the superintendent, I know, who has given testimony saying that they have internalized this, it's GPSS, leave it as such, you know. And I respect her a lot and I support her a lot. And I've given this, you know, very serious thought as something as simple as this. But yes, it took up a lot of time to think about this. And I used to also fly to Saipan at one time to teach as an adjunct professor of the University of Guam, to teach administrators. And at first I said, oh my gosh, that's pretty good. They call themselves, the Saipan, public school, system. And I said, maybe that's something we should consider doing too. But, really when you think about it, like anything else, there's an organization, there's a system. We always say there's a systemic problem, and granted it's a word, but more importantly, I think, is that we need to know is that the Department of Education, its primary mission is education. We have the U.S. Department of Education. It's very different, I know, in other states where, yes, you have these school districts because they're run very differently from us. But for me, one other thing that I feel is important as well is that GPSS or DOE now have lost sight of the fact that they are still a department, an entity of the government itself, because they're very dependent on the government. It's not as if though, yes, they have gone out and raised their own taxes and they can become a very different and separate school district. They're not. They are still a department within the government of Guam, a department under the executive branch. They are not a fourth branch. And, and so long as they still are, again, getting funding from the government, then they are part of the government, will continue to be a part of the government. So to my colleagues, I know and I understand some of your concerns, and I really hope that maybe after this deliberation that maybe you want to rethink your position. I ask that you do support this legislation, as minor as it may sound to others, but for me personally, I think you'll be far-reaching. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Any other speakers on the bill? There being no other speakers, Senator Director, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank all my colleagues for their eloquent words. And it is something. Yes, it's a small change. Yes, it's just a name change. No, it won't cost any money because the bill doesn't mandate that they go out and get new stationery. Just as they need new stationery, then they change the name. So it won't cost anything. Well, what's that old saying? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. This is what this is. This is our first step. We're going to rebuild the Department of Education and make its focus on education. With this great legislature, we're going to come up with new ways to make our system work better, to serve the children that we want, our future generation, to follow us. We want to give them all the tools they need to be successful in their lives, for their families, and for their island. And this is just the first step in that mission and in that journey. And I want to thank all my colleagues for their support and encourage everybody else to support this bill. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. And on the motion then Senator Guthertz, yes, I recognize. On the motion.
Madam Speaker, many of us grew up as young students on Guam with the Department of Education nomenclature. And I remember my first school on Guam was Weddingale Elementary School, kindergarten up. And I still have my class picture, and it says, with students in the class, including myself, it says, Weddingale Elementary School, Department of Education, Government of Guam. That was the sign in front of the school. And we had our class picture taken right in front of the sign. And then, of course, as we as students evolved and went to other schools, public, private schools on Guam, Department of Education was always the emphasis, the nomenclature. Everyone knew what it was and what it did. And a number of years ago, I sat on, I think, 3 different boards of education. The first was the appointed Territorial Board of Education, appointed as a member by Governor Calvo. The second was the first elected Board of Education, Territorial Board of Education. And the third was the board, the elected board, prior to the current board, prior to the Guam Education Policy Board. The change of the Department of Education to the Guam Public School System, which was done by a previous superintendent and reaffirmed by this legislative body, I believe, really at the time was kind of a peculiar movement. It was accompanied by a lot of fanfare and a new sign that was put up in front of the Department of Education. That sign is still there, a little faded. But it was supposed to symbolize change. That's what it was supposed to symbolize, change. And yet the same problems continued, maybe in a little different emphasis in different places within the system. But it was the same 37 school buildings, the same textbook procurement issues, the same facility maintenance issues. Most of the things were the same. Now, in this bill, I understand that, based on your comments and that of colleague Rector, that we're going to use this as a mechanism to begin change again in the public school system. And the idea is to call it what it is, to go back to the roots that everybody grew up with, and to move forward with the original nomenclature, Department of Education. I don't really have a problem changing the name. I really didn't like changing it to the Guam Public School System when it happened. I thought it was a lot of fluff without substance. So going back to the roots is fine with me. And I hope that those over at the Guam Public School System now, when it becomes the Department of Education, should it move forward the bill and get approved and so forth, that they recognize that it doesn't take away from what they're supposed to be doing or what they are doing, but sort of reinforces the core of what they're all about, which is education for our young people. So I'll support this change in nomenclature because I think the Department of Education has a history, a very important institutional history on our island, and it's really the people in the organization that make the difference. The name's important, but the people in the organization are going to be the key to moving the department forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Senator Guthertz. Are there any other speakers? So on the motion then to place, let me get the right number, Bill 110 to third reading file. No objection? So ordered. I'd like to recognize Senator Pangilinan on Bill number 117.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that Bill 117, as amended by the committee, be placed in the third reading file.
You want to make a motion to accept first?
I'm not sure that that's a proper motion, Madam Speaker. I believe once the committee report's filed, accepted by the Rules Committee, placed on the agenda as amended coming out of committee, then there would be no need to accept the amendment because it's been amended by the coming out of the rules. But be it as it may, I will make that motion if you so desire.
Well, thank you very much. And then I think maybe after this, you're right, I will confer with legal counsel. So on the motion then to...
I would move to accept Bill number 117 as amended by the committee.
Okay, without objections to order. So
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for the record, I just wanted to state the amendment. The bill, as originally introduced, seeks to get a hold of the process of spending and accounting for these ARA funds, so-called ARA funds, from the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009. As we all know and been reading and following quite closely, we know that these funds have very strict guidelines for reporting, accounting, and spending these funds. In addition to the very strict guidelines, they also have very short time frames. They are required to be spent within a certain amount of time, and the projects are required to be basically shovel-ready projects that can be implemented to meet the original intent of the Congress in passing these funds and making them available to the states and territories, is that they get injected into the economic life cycle of the community as soon as possible and within, in most instances, 2 years. You've got to spend the money within this time frame, otherwise you don't get it. You have to account for the money when you get it, and you only get, in most instances, 2/3 of the money up front, and then the balances will be released to the state or the territory upon satisfactory accounting and reporting of the original 2/3 funds. And we know that the processes that we have in place does not allow for that kind of expediency and that kind of efficiency in our current systems to spend this money within those time frames and to account for them. $60–70 million of this is going to go to public education. We already know that in the Guam public school system, or hopefully we'll be referring it to as the Department of Education shortly, that within the Department of Education, their internal audits prove, as well as external audits prove, they don't have the systems in place to even account for the money they get now. And this body passed a bill that allowed them to gave them, what, $26 million? They still haven't spent all that money. And so to put $80 million into that system with no system that's working, given by the experience that we've seen in the expenditure of that, and even when we injected the Department of Public Works and had them help them spend the money, we still can't account for all of the fact that the work was done correctly, that the specifications were followed, that the invoices were tracked. All of that says that the system we have just doesn't work and is not conducive to spending this money. And so what I'm proposing is that we set up a group of high-level government officials headed by the Lieutenant Governor to implement the ARA projects and go through the process of being responsible for reporting the expenditure, accounting for the expenditure, etc., etc. It does not, and I made an amendment, and that's the amendment we made coming out of committee, it does not place the control of the decision on what to do with these funds and what the funds will be spent on in the Lieutenant Governor at all. It still and now affirmatively says in the bill, as you'll see on line 11 of page 2, that the Lieutenant Governor of Guam is hereby granted the program and contracting and procurement authority for the Government of Guam with specific regards to programs and projects funded through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 as approved by the Governor of Guam. So the Lieutenant Governor's authority kicks in after the Governor, in his position as the Chief Executive of this territory, and under the terms and conditions of who gets awarded these grants, that once he makes the decision that we're going to use $30 million to build JFK. And so it then becomes this board, or this super efficient board made up of all the different departments and agencies headed by the Lieutenant Governor, would then take that decision by the Governor of saying, we're going to use $30 million to build JFK, and they would mobilize and move into action to put out the RFP, to negotiate the contract, to sign the contract, and then award it, monitor it, and move forward. If we don't do this, I fully believe that we're going to be sacrificing and rushing with some of these projects, and we may end up losing some of the available funding for this, or not being able to properly account for them, and in the end losing money. So again, because there is vested interest at the very top to make things happen quickly and to make them happen right. And because the lieutenant governor works at the direction of the governor and is absolutely responsible to the governor, we're putting the decision that the governor makes and the execution of that decision in the lieutenant governor's hands, because we now have this board that is responsible to the top guys in our government, that they will have the everyday contact needed to make sure things work, and that these people respond. They don't respond to each other sometimes, but they will respond to the governor in terms of when he makes that decision and say, this is the project, and they will respond to the lieutenant governor as head of this board when he says, this is what the governor wants and this is how we're going to make it work. And so, I was accused of wanting to develop a rift between the governor and the lieutenant governor, and I'm used to that. I'm used to being accused that the sun rose in the west instead of the east, I guess, if that's the correct designation. But I'm used to be, accused of everything. And it doesn't matter to me what I'm accused of. What matters to me is that what I'm trying to do is put in something that's going to work and then explain my position. And if nobody believes me, that's okay. But I'm telling you that if we don't resolve this matter of putting in a procurement system and a board that's going to be able to act efficiently and mobilize the resources of this government and have it respond to individuals that head our government, then we're going to lose these funds. Look at what happened to JFK. Everybody thinks, and there's a huge email also going around accusing me of holding back the contract in January on the JFK project. Hell, the RFP was released in January, and now they're saying that I'm responsible for having a contract held back in January. How silly can you get? How misinformed can you be? But look at what happened. Between January and now, we can't even have somebody continually follow up and put this thing to bed. How are we going to be able to spend $78 million or $108 million by just letting it go and filter through our normal processes? It won't work, ladies and gentlemen. And so we have to have the top officials in our government engaged in the day-to-day monitoring and reporting of this newfound money that has come to us, but it's money with strings attached, and we must ensure that we take advantage of it. If we don't, then we have nobody to blame but ourselves. And once again, I fully, recognize that the ARA funds and the decision for the how and where that money is going to be deployed to, designated for, is going to rest in the governor, and in some instances he's going to have to get some kind of concurrence from, in this case, the superintendent, because that's the way the funds flow through the U.S. Department of Education. But it's still, at the end of the day, as some people are fond of saying, at the end of the day, it's the governor that's going to have to sign off and submit it. And so when the new day starts of having that money in the bank and spending it, I want to see then that there is somebody that is going to wake up in the morning with nothing on his mind, but ensuring that we account for this money, we get it out, we spend it within the guidelines and within the short time frame that is available to us, and that we take full advantage of this resource. And I believe that this is one way of doing that and assuring it, and asked my colleagues for their consideration. For the record, we sent this, the bill to the governor, the lieutenant governor, the attorney general, and all the other members that may have an interest. We send it to the chamber and so forth. Anyone that has a stake in the expenditure and the economy, expenditure of these ARA funds and its impact on the economy of Guam, we've sent it out and requested their comment. And probably for whatever their reasons are, we did not get any feedback, but that was available to be inserted into the record. But we did get some oral feedback that says, in some form or fashion, we have to have something different than our current system in place. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to take advantage of this resource. And I ask my colleagues for the consideration of this proposal as outlined in Bill 117. Thank you, and Sidus Mosi.
You're welcome, Senator Pangilinan. On the motion, I have Senator Palacios and then Senator Rector.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Bill 117. Bill 117 will still retain the governor as the authority to provide, to approve plans and programs. And of course, the lieutenant governor would implement and administer these plans and programs through so-called systems, which of course the systems comprising, as noted on page 3, comprising of the lieutenant governor, Education Policy Board, the superintendent, EPA, Attorney General, Revenue and Tax, Public Works, GSA, Clearinghouse, and BBMR. And I believe that this will provide a perfect partnership between the governor and the lieutenant governor and the systems. The bill also will establish a systems by which ARA funds will be expended. Madam Speaker, the $108 million of ARA funds, which will be made available for education systems, can best be administered by these systems rather than by just one individual. And for this reason, because there will be a systems by which this $108 million is going to be administered, I rise in support of Bill 117. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Senator Palacios. On the motion, Senator Rector, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too rise in support of Bill 117. You know, we're in a very interesting situation here on Guam with this large quantity of ARA funding coming in, which is going to make a world of difference to our people, our island, our structure, and our educational system. As you know, I just spent a week in Washington, D.C. talking with various government officials about ARA funding and how we can best utilize it for our system and benefit the people of Guam. And one of the issues that we have currently is we have a lame duck governor. That's not a lame governor, I'm not criticizing, it's lame duck, he can't run again, right? And that puts somebody in a completely different position. One thing I really like about Bill 117 is that it puts the responsibility on somebody that is running again, and it holds them accountable. We know the lieutenant governor is running for governor, he's announced that. And by putting him in charge, it's going to force him to do the right thing for the people of Guam because they are going to hold him accountable in 2 years. And, you know, maybe that's the 800-pound gorilla in the room that we're not supposed to talk about, but that's something that is a very genuine reality for us. And I think that's one of the things that make this bill so powerful and so good for the people of Guam is it holds folks' feet to the fire. Now, that being said, I like the committee, the establishment and composition of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act 2009 Contracting Board, but there's only 8 members of the board. And when I looked at the composition of the board, just about everyone was in government of Guam is represented on the board, except the legislature. And I thought it would be important for there to be a legislative representative on this board, because if any laws need to get passed, if there's anything that needs to be done by the legislature to help facilitate the spending of this money, which is on a very critical timeline, I think it would be important for us to have a representative on that board. Therefore, I proffer the following amendment, which I've had copies made and passed around, to install a new section I and renumber them on page 3, line 11, that just inserts the words representative of Legislature on Guahan, so that we can have a representative on the board. And that's my amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rector, I want to make sure that we are using the same bill, because the bill that I have is the one that was amended by the committee, and there's a J, so that, and there are currently 10 here that are listed, A to J.
Right. There's 8 voting members and 2 non-voting members.
But
The
what I'm
current
saying-
I and J are not voting members, so that's why I inserted this one into I to make it a voting member and sliding down the 2 non-voting members after that, renumbering.
Okay. On the amendment, Senator Pangilinan, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a little, I understand the intention, but I'm going to oppose it. I'm going to leave this to the executive branch. I think that, for me personally, I recognize, I always have a little bit of a discomfort at times when you put legislative representative on executive councils and boards. I just think that, for me personally, the separation of powers issue enters into that into my thinking of the whole process of the way our governments are set up and the functions of each. And so I've always been fairly cautious in putting that. And I didn't want to put in the legislature because my intent is not to set the agenda for this or even, be accused of interfering, and not that I'm afraid of being accused of that, but I didn't want that to be piled on. And so I just think that this is going to be something that is going to have to marshal the resources of the executive branch, and that these are people that are directly report to the governor and the lieutenant governor in their capacity and their positions, and I wanted them to be able to act based upon his direction. And putting in a legislative representative there, I think for me, with that kind of thinking, is not appropriate. And so that's why I feel that the representative from the legislative branch would be, for me personally, and also from the concept I had and the vision I had in structuring this board, would not fit. And so therefore I oppose the amendment.
Are there any other speakers who would like to speak on the Rector amendment? Would you like to close, Senator Rector, or do you want me to call for the vote? Since there is an objection, then I'm going to call for the vote, although we don't have enough individuals in here, but all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. The amendment fails. On the main motion, are there any other speakers? There being none, then on the motion then to place Bill 117, the third reading file, are there any objections? No objections, and so ordered. I'd like to call upon Senator B.J. Cruz on Bill number 120.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move Bill 120 into the third reading file, and I'd like an opportunity to speak.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Bill 120 seems like a very simple little bill, but it has some far-reaching implications, and I really didn't stop to think about it until we took over with the administration of the Guam Legislature, and the Rules Committee started to impose some cost-saving measures here at the legislature. I was shocked when we first took over that the monthly power bill here was $21,000 a month. After the Rules Committee under Senator Respicio implemented some of the cost savings measures, we've now been able to bring that down to, at one point it dropped as low as 13, and it's now, because of it being so warm, $15,000 a month. Even that to me still seems very high. But I think it's imperative that all the government agencies, whether they are in leased buildings like we are, or whether they're in their own buildings like GPSS, where their monthly power bill is over $1 million a month, that somehow we've got to start doing some conservation. I know that I do some conservation at home to make sure that I can keep the power bill within something that I can afford. I've taken out my water heater and put in a tankless. But there are various things that need to be done within the agencies, and I think if we do a little transparency and have the Guam Energy Office responsible for posting all of the power bills of all of the agencies, one will see how much is being spent in all of the agencies, and two, how much is being saved in subsequent months as a result of energy conservation measures being implemented by the various agencies. I know that at the hearing there was a suggestion that there be a benchmark, and I also thought that maybe the Energy Office might be able to provide some assistance to the departments on suggestions on how to save or conserve power, or it might even make a determination that by the size of a building, the square footage or the cubic feet of a building, there should be a benchmark on how much power is necessary to keep that place cool or keep it powered, that we would be able to bring down some of these considerable costs to the government. And so Bill 120 simply directs the Guam Energy Office to, within 6 months of the passage of this bill, if I can get the support of the members of the body, that within 6 months they will start posting all of the power bills of the different agencies, and we can see whether or not there's any energy conservation being implemented by the agencies, and how much of a savings on a quarterly or an annual basis we'll start to realize as a result of this transparency. Not only is the transparency important to us, Madam Speaker, but I really do think that at some point we've got to start thinking green, and we've got to start thinking about the carbon emissions that we all are responsible for, our carbon footprint as a result of all the air conditioning that's running. And so I'd like to ask for my colleagues' support in this bill. It'll give the Energy Office a fairly major function at this point to keep tabs of what goes on in energy expenditures and hopefully in energy conservation over the next year, so that we can reduce the expenditures and reduce our carbon emission. Thank you, and I ask for my colleagues' support.
Thank you very much, Vice Speaker Cruz. On the motion, Senator Ada, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of the bill also, and during the public hearing, one of the public at large, in particular Mr. Paul Tobiasen, of course, who's very much a proponent for energy conservation and for recycling and anything that would basically save the environment, made a very good suggestion in terms of providing a benchmark so that each particular agency will have a target figure which, if viable conservation measures were implemented, is a consumption figure that they could shoot for. This morning I asked the Guam Power Authority to provide data on 5 of GovGuam's largest customers, just to take a look at what kind of consumption pattern they had over the past 4 years. And it was interesting that the consumption pattern kind of seesawed year in and year out. For example, the Department of Education in FY 2005, their consumption in terms of kilowatt hours was at about 48 million kilowatt hours. In 2006, it went up to 55. In 2007, it went down to 44. and in 2008 it went down. It stayed pretty much flat between 2007 and 2008. In contrast, we have an agency like the Guam Airport Authority, who went from in 2005 19 million kilowatt hours to 28, down to 24, and then went further down. So there was a nice pattern there in terms of, in the last 3 years, it kept reducing. But for the other agencies, I think it's important then to really have that target benchmark that they can work towards. So I've passed out an amendment, and everybody should have a copy of it. And basically, it proposes to amend Section 1 on page 1 to insert there. It shows on line 18 of the amendment sheet. In addition to the kilowatt hours billed to the agency, the kilowatt hour consumption benchmark, which reflects a reasonable target if viable energy conservation measures are implemented, and then, of course, the amounts billed and the amounts paid. So that's the amendment that I would like to proffer on Bill 120, Madam Speaker.
On the amendment, are there anyone who would like to speak on it? Senator Guthert? Oh, okay. So there are no objections to the amendment, so ordered. Senator Tenorio on the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I too rise in support of the bill, and I appreciate where the gentleman is going in the author's attempt to ensure that we're not only transparent in our government, to also motivate and give a incentive for our government to try to cut back on our power bills. You know, since I've been a senator, I've had control of my office and the ability to reduce the actual cost of my office, and so every night, or at the end of the day at least, we turn off our air cons because there's no need to have it on. I mean, and then I go around to the other government agencies sometimes, and I see in the morning that that condensation that builds up on the glass windows early in the morning because the air con's been on all night kind of makes me feel ill, because the people of Guam and our taxpayers are paying for that additional consumption of energy to be able to keep those offices cool, and in many cases frigid. Sometimes you walk in these offices at 8 o'clock in the morning and it's just cold. I shudder to think the cost of keeping that aircon on from, for the better part, 5 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the morning. The number of hours that it's on is greater in the evening than it is during the day. We're only operating generally from 8 to 5 in most offices, and you see many of these offices operating the aircon pretty much 24/7. Holidays, 3-day weekends. So this hopefully will be a catalyst to reducing the cost of government, especially in the area of energy, and I applaud the efforts of the good gentleman, and I of course support the bill, and I ask my colleague to do the same. I did want to ask, though, if we could make an amendment, which is pretty simple, on line 5, to strike the word energy office and insert power authority instead, because, and then on the line 15, strike out the last sentence of this first section, which says the Guam Power Authority shall provide all necessary information to the Guam Energy Office. And the reason I make this amendment is, first of all, it's not subject to the availability of the Guam Energy Office. This law would say the Power Authority shall give it to the Energy Office. If the Power Authority already has the information and already has the billing for the energy consumption by virtue of the meters of the government of Guam, why should not then the Guam Power Authority publish the information directly on its website rather than giving to another entity and just creating one more linkage in the process? Why don't we just say, GPA, tell the government of Guam, tell the people of Guam through your website all the meters on the kilowatt hours, which is already spelled out here, rather than sending it to another step in the process and allowing for mistakes or miscommunications or someone else to be responsible for inaccurately, possibly, reporting the information. So my amendment would say that the Power Authority, rather than the Energy Office, shall publish the information which is sought out for in the bill.
On the amendment, are there any speakers? Senator Guthertz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just one minor amendment on line number 10.
Senator Guthertz, we're speaking on the Tenorio amendment right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Senator Ada, on the Tenorio amendment.
The amendment to change to put the responsibility to the Guam Power Authority as opposed to the Guam Energy Office, I mean, that can be done. In fact, in speaking with the Guam Power Authority this morning, they did offer that they could actually put that on their website, and then for the Guam Energy Office, they can just provide a link that one can click on, and you'll actually go over to access that data. But we can make those changes here, or we can leave it as it is and trust that the Guam Energy Office will take the initiative to go and coordinate with the Guam Power Authority, who I'm sure will cooperate with them, to make sure that that data is made available in one form or another. So, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, we can put the onus straight square on GPA, or leave it with the Guam Energy Office, so that as the Guam Energy Office brings up the data, they look at it, hopefully they're analyzing it, and be able to come up with some recommendations and maybe identify certain agencies that may be just going way off in left field, and then try and bring them back in. So I think for that reason, I would like to see it left with the Guam Energy Office.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Are there any other speakers?
Madam Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I understand, of course, where the mover of this amendment is coming from. However, the GPA, of course, can go ahead and put the information up, and it's just a matter of posting, of course, all of the information in terms of kilowatt hours, you know, used, billed, amounts billed to, paid from, and all that. But I think the one key factor here is the involvement of the Guam Energy Office, primarily because we can go out and post anything and all the data, but more importantly is what will the Energy Office then actually do with the information. My hope is that the Energy Office then will actually make some recommendations and may do some kind of an awareness program or submittal of grants to these departments and agencies, just recommendations in terms of what needs to be done so that they'll be able to reduce their consumption and what other energy efforts are being actually implemented so that we can continually work towards reducing then our consumption. So I would really prefer to keep it. GPA can continue to do it. I'm hoping that the Energy Office instead will work closely with the different departments and agencies who are high consumers of power. So because of that, then I would object to the amendment proffered by the mover of the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any other speakers on the Tenorio amendment? There being an objection, sorry, you can close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the sentiments, but I just want to express something, that all those things that the people who objected to are not contained in the bill. There's nothing here that says, now that the chair has changed, Madam Speaker, there's nothing here in the bill that says the Guam Energy Office shall work with the agencies who have not shown a marked decrease in the kilowatt hour consumption to reduce their consumption to allow for energy efficiency. If that's your goal, then, you know, clearly I can make the amendment after this. If it fails, I don't have a problem with it. My whole idea here is just logically to have the authority, which is the Guam Power Authority, the agency that has the information directly, rather than giving it by email or some other electronic means to another agency, directly post it on its website. Doesn't that take a step out of the process so we have greater efficiency and more transparency, faster transparency? I thought that if the Guam Power Authority has the information, why don't we just let the Guam Power, because you're already forcing the Power Authority to give the information to the Guam Energy Office. So I don't have a problem with that. Trust me, I like one of the previous speakers mentioned, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. What difference does it make? If the Guam Energy Office puts it on the website or the Guam Power Authority puts it on the website, it seems to me that there's going to be a greater delay in that information getting to the internet if you have another step in the process rather than the person who already has it, i.e. GPA, putting it directly on the website. So we're not trying to deprive the Guam Energy Office of doing anything. Trust me, I'd be more than happy to add that amendment at the end if that's the, in fact, if that is the goal of the Guam Energy Office, is to not simply put it on the website, be able to do something about it. So if this amendment fails, that will be my next amendment, and I'll craft the amendment immediately afterwards. So I do hope that we'll get support for this, but I understand the sentiments, and I will make sure your sentiments, as best as I can, are articulated in a substantive portion immediately following the final sentence of this Section 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rector. Since there is, I'm sorry, Senator Tenorio. You sit right next to each other. So sorry. Since there is an objection, all those who are in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Okay, motion, the amendment fails. Senator Tenorio, you still have the floor.
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, consistent with the intent by yourself and the good gentleman, the former board member of the CCU, I'd like to make an amendment to the last portion to add a sentence at the end of this, which I may need a minute to craft because I want to make sure that the goals that you and the Senator Ada had articulated are in fact part of this goal. Because if we're simply going to say, yeah, here's the information, but ultimately we don't do anything with it, you said, and one of the previous speakers said, you want to make sure the Guam Energy Office does something about it. So let's make that happen. Give me an opportunity to draft the amendment, and I'll come back in a second.
Okay. We're going to take a brief recess.
So Tom, let's put something together that says that the information we assessed by the Guam Energy Office allows them to scrutinize and tell possibly the energy susceptibility to have, the numbers that you're looking for. You said you guys wanted to see Energy Office look at these numbers and then make evaluations. So let them take ownership of the numbers. Right. Yeah. So let's do it in a way that actually has teeth. Not teeth, but but beyond that, what I heard you and Winter say is that you want to see the energy office take that information and say, you're not really saving any money here. You're still operating the same clip that you've been operating since the beginning of it. You haven't detailed your expenses. Can you justify keeping your kilowatt usage to the level that it's fixed? Isn't that what you guys are talking about?
Let GP post it, let the energy office come up with the recommendations and the analysis, but you know. Shall monitor and make recommendations quarterly for energy savings based on the information posted by GPA. Yeah. Not less than quarterly. Which is their job anyway, that's what they get their federal funds for. On energy saving. Make recommendations on energy savings. It's on energy savings. On energy savings. Energy savings, whatever, what you want to call it. Energy savings alternatives. Yeah.
I want to make an announcement. I'm running for Senator 2010, but I am running for Speaker 2011. Okay, Ben. Okay, Ben, it's all open for you.
Ray's working on some amendment. It's giving control of court terms to the PUC.
What are the amendments on this bill? Right question.
Oh, Jesus. That's gonna end in 140 something or other on it. That one too's gotta be voted down. And that one, I'm gonna be a co-sponsor with you on. And on the next one, the 6, I'm gonna be a co-sponsor. I asked the good speaker. Final trees.
No, man, it's Jillian. What's up with Jillian? That's why you use the term Jillian. Because everybody's, oh shit, that's why. But you can never be called a liar. So you meant to say the old 70 bajillion? Not 70 bajillion. That's what I should have said. Oh, 70 bajillion. Matt. Either that or just fall back on the standard plenty. It's a lie. The yo plenty. I had bajillion meetings.
7 gajillion. 7 gajillion. That's DI math for you. You created you.
No, that's the chemistry. That's a man that's looked at a lot of court documents and knows what you can and cannot say. But unfortunately, he screwed up. Going back, just in here. Tell us who said it. Yes. You want me to just start naming and you can just nod or one thing I learned as a teacher, never go into meetings alone with anybody, especially students. That's why my secretary was with me in every single meeting, so I just looked up. Congressman Williams said nobody at the staff. But he came out of the Washington, D.C. office, there's only one person that did. That's Congressman Williams. DJ calls him Congresswoman Williams.
You know, about your running name?
Did you run together and you didn't tell us? Why did you run? He laughed hard, so I can't help it. He's like, why does somebody ask you to jump with these? Let's go. Where did he go?
The legislature is back in session. Senator Tenorio, we have a copy of your amendment.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to craft this. It's very simple. It was the sentiments of the preceding speakers who opposed the amendment to have the Guam Power Authority directly publish the information online, that the Guam Energy Office have a role in making recommendations for savings of power between those agencies of the government that they feel, based on their monitoring, are not having any increases. And of course, the Guam Energy Office is already empowered to carry out similar functions, but we wanted to make sure that it was a function of this law that these pieces of bits of information about kilowatt usage in the meters of the government of Guam are actually monitored, so that we can see not just what they're doing, but what are they doing to improve. So this amendment would add a sentence to the end of Section 1, and it would say the Guam Energy Office shall monitor and make recommendations on a quarterly basis on energy-saving alternatives.
On the amendment, Senator Pangilinan, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I guess this is one of those amendments that we need just for emphasis, because this amendment is something that is in the mandate of the Guam Energy Office already. And, you know, because we don't need a law to tell us to follow the law, but we want to emphasize it. And so I certainly support it. Maybe we should just clarify, they should make recommendations to who? To each of the agencies listed, to the governor of Guam, so just for clarity's sake, I guess my question would be, just who do they make the recommendations to, and shouldn't we be a little bit tighter on that, on how they make the recommendations and so forth, because it might be just a little bit unclear with regards to what is going to happen to these recommendations and who do they get transmitted to.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. On the amendment, Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I can never get over how good this legislature works together in crafting up language and making bills better than they can be with a single thought process sometimes. And I rise in support of this amendment because I think this is a good thing. But I have a little bit of language to amend to it to take into account the last speaker's concerns. If we may insert, if I'm looking at the amendment, it says the Guam Energy Office shall monitor and make recommendations, and then insert the words in writing on a quarterly basis, then insert the words to the respective agency heads on energy savings alternatives, and post on their website. And that's my amendment to the amendment.
Thank you very much. So what it is that after the word make recommendations, to write the word in writing, so it'll be make recommendations in writing on a quarterly basis, and add the words to the respective agency heads on energy saving alternatives, and post in their, or on their websites. Okay. On that amendment, are there any speakers? Are there any objections? No objections, so ordered. On the Tenorio amendment as amended, are there any objections to the Tenorio amendment as amended? No objections, so ordered. So on the main motion, are there any speakers? Senator Respicio?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and I think once these agencies know exactly what their kilowatt usages are and how what it is from month to month, and if they really track these things as we have here in the legislature, Madam Speaker, they would see that doing simple things like turning off the lights and the air conditioning systems after 5, like making sure that the thermostat is properly regulated, As the author of this bill pointed out, this legislature went from an average monthly bill to the last I checked was $21,000 a month down to $15,000 a month. And these are significant cost avoidances. As you know, this legislature is also dealing with our cash shortages, our lack of allotments being transferred to us on a timely basis. And so we also have to do whatever we can to avoid these costs to apply. And they're not savings, because whatever we don't have to pay by way of power, we end up using that money for other obligations here in the legislature. And I want to say that I would be providing a detailed cost avoidance breakdown to the chairman.
There are too many distractions and conversations going on at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that I want to say that our executive director and the CFO, as well as the Committee on Rules, will be providing a detailed breakdown of all these cost avoidances to the chairman of appropriations as we collectively fight to get a decent legislative budget so we can operate for next fiscal year. But I want to say I support this bill, and I want to include two very important branches of government. I guess the two remaining are the legislature and the judiciary, so that they can avail themselves to this very forward-thinking legislation. So on line 10, okay, I guess we want to put on line 10 or toward the end?
Maybe line 15
I was thinking right toward the end.
at the end.
Yeah, to include the legislatura as well as the judiciary. And I'd leave it to the legal counsel to.
Okay, so on the amendment then, which will be at the end of line 15, to include legislature and the judiciary. On the amendment, are there any no objections to the amendment? So ordered. So on the main motion, I had Senator Guthers, but you were out in the hall. You're okay. Okay. So on the main motion, are there anyone who would like to speak? There being none, so on the motion then to place Bill 120 in third reading file without any objections, so ordered. Thank you. We're now in Bill 121, and I'd like to recognize the author, Senator Ada.
$134.
121 first, before 134.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move that Bill 121 be placed in the third reading file, and I'd like to discuss it.
And you would like to speak?
Speak on it, yes.
Please go ahead and continue.
Madam Speaker, the Bill 121 proposes to place the rate-setting process of the Port Authority of Guam under the oversight of the Public Utilities Commission. In the underlying reason for this is the fact that currently the process for the port to get its rates adjusted is for management to, of course, conduct a public hearing process, provide its findings to the board, who will then either approve, disapprove, or amend the recommendations of management with respect to rate adjustments. That finding is then submitted to the governor's office, who will then further review the recommendations for rate adjustments, and if it approves it, will then transmit it to the legislature for final disposition. The last adjustment that the port was able to get for its tariffs was back in 1993. That was 16 years ago. And it wasn't because it did not try or because it did not need to adjust its tariffs. The fact is that it did try on 2 occasions, and on both occasions, it never got past the governor's office. And without a doubt, over a period of 16 years, the tariffs, the cost of operations have increased, and without a proportionate increase in the tariffs, certainly the revenues that could be generated was inadequate to be able to put in any kind of capital improvements into the facilities, to provide funding for training, to provide really adequate maintenance to its facilities. So as a result, what we have down at the Port Authority of Guam is a 40-year-old facility with a 40-year-old warehouse with inadequate equipment, and as a result, it's probably, I'm sure it's not providing the level of service that should be provided at a point where over 80% of the consumables on the island come through. The most recent rate adjustment that it had was on the rates that it charges for the leases, and those went through the administrative adjudication process as the law requires. But even with that process, that took about 2 years before it finally made its way down to the legislature, and the legislature was able to act on it. The committee finds that by including the port as a public utility under the regulatory oversight supervision of the Public Utilities Commission, this will provide the port a method for timely review of proposed rate changes and oversight on the rate changes by an independent regulatory authority. The Bill 121 proposes to, in Section 2 there, make amendments to the existing enabling act of the Board of Directors. Now, of course, the Board of Directors is not out of the picture with this rate-setting process. Management will still review its revenue requirements and other rate adjustment requirements. We'll provide that information to the board, who will then make the determination as to whether to go forward with the proposed rate adjustments. And if it does decide accordingly, we'll then transmit that information to the Public Utility Commission, who will then do its further due diligence in reviewing the information that has been provided, and will hire a subject matter expert to take a look at that data to make its recommendations as to whether to approve the rates as requested or to possibly reduce it, and also come back with other recommendations. In Section 3, it proposes to actually make amendments to the PUC law, and the amendments that it makes is that to include the Jose de Leon Guerrero Commercial Port under the definition of what is a public utility. It also proposes to change the composition of the board by basically, well, first of all, maintaining the two board members who have a business background. It now requires that there be two members who have some kind of training or experience in one of the four areas, in the power utilities, telephone, water utilities, or marine terminal operations. And there must be at least one of each on the board. So that's a change to be made to the PUC law. On page 5, we took the opportunity to go ahead and clean up the language, and why Guam Memorial Hospital was somehow in that section of the PUC law, which classifies it as a utility. That the bill proposes to delete Guam Memorial Hospital, since it really has no place in there, and instead put in there again the Jose de Leon Guerrero. Now, currently the way the process works is that when the utilities such as Guam Water and Guam Power, if they propose to increase their rates, they must send out notices to all their customers. In the case of GPA, they send out in each of the 28,000 billings that they send out monthly, notices that the rates are being contemplated to be raised. In the case of the port, what's contemplated in Bill 121 is that instead of sending it out to, it really doesn't have the same customer base that Guam Power Authority, the Guam Waterworks Authority has. The Bill 121 proposes simply to advertise, put this notice in the local media, put it on its website, informing the public that there is a rate increase that's being contemplated. Now, in the in page 6 there, I have an amendment that I would like to introduce regarding the regulation of rates. And basically, what the amendment that I will proffer is that as soon as the Port Authority comes under the jurisdiction of the PUC with respect to its rate-making process, is that the PUC will have the authority to be able to make an analysis of the preliminary data that's been provided to be able to establish at least an interim set of rates. That's assuming, of course, that the current rates and tariffs are low. Tariffs that were set 16 years ago. Normally, what happens at the outset when an agency comes under the PUC is that a very detailed scrutiny of the agency's management practices, its expenditures, its revenues, are all looked at to ensure that, in fact, we arrive at the fair and equitable tariffs. But before I introduce that, I do know that, and I will like to, the legal counsel has provided some good analysis of the bill and has indicated that concern that having stated in the findings and the intent that because of the fact that the port is going to be pursuing a $200 million modernization master plan, that by approving this, that it basically will automatically, I suppose, approve the master plan. And that certainly was not the intent here. In fact, the port has no intention of trying to fund this modernization plan simply through tariff adjustments, because then it certainly would increase that cost of living to a point where it would be just unreasonable. The funding of that modernization plan will come from a combination of tariff increases that will be able to fund the organic growth that will occur regardless of whether the military comes or not. The other additional upgrades that will be required to support the military buildup activity are upgrades that, of course, a case will have to be made to the federal government that they need to take on that particular burden of the upgrades so that we can accommodate their traffic. And certainly that's a very valid concern that has been raised by legal counsel. There's also the concern that by taking the rate setting process and putting it under the PUC, that it really takes the legislature out of the loop, and that between the PUC and the port, they can basically, go about and do their own thing. And I disagree with that, because I think that if this bill gets enacted, it doesn't mean it's the end of everything, that we turn around and turn our backs on it and walk away. I think it's just the responsibility to continue maintaining oversight of it is just as valid then as it will be today. The amendment, I would like at this time, Madam Speaker, to proffer my amendment for on page 6, and I believe everyone has a copy of the amendment.
I don't have a copy, I'm sorry. Does anyone have a copy? I guess no one has a copy.
Okay, I do have copies made. I'm sorry, I have it here.
Okay.
Basically, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the amendment that I'm making proposes to make the change in Section 3, page 6, at line 18, to insert after the letter G the following sentence. Upon enactment of this subsection G, any existing rates and other items and charges of the Jose de Leon Guerrero Commercial Port shall continue to remain in effect unless until modified in accordance with the applicable provisions of this chapter. So in other words, what this does is it provides that continuity in the existing arrangements with tariffs until the PUC has had the opportunity to be able to come in and make its preliminary analysis and recommendations with regards to the appropriate tariffs that should be set. I would ask my colleagues to please duly consider the bill and support it, because certainly the port needs to have its tariffs adjusted if it is to be able to maintain the level of service or provide the level of service that is needed to ensure that the flow of goods into our island happens in an efficient manner. Thank you.
On the amendment, Senator Palacios, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I look at this and I wonder, and I wonder why can't the Board of Directors of the Port Authority do this? And I heard earlier comments that when they can draft a proposed increase, then it goes to the governor and then there it sits. But if it is a matter of lacking the authority, the same way that the Board of Directors for the AB Wampat Board of Directors have the authority to just debate the issue, formulate, come to an agreement on the rate, and then implement it, just like the way the CCU would do it. Now, if that is the only shortcomings of the current Port Authority Board, perhaps that would be easier, granting that authority after a study is made. I have no objection to this. In fact, the good thing about this is that now at least there is a mechanism that will consider and approve the rates, the new rates, the modification on rates and so forth, and not have to go to Adelup, and then from there to probably come here. I do not mind looking at this, but if the airport authority has this authority already, the Board of Directors and the PUC, I just wonder why can't the bill give authority to the existing Port Authority of Guam Board of Directors, the same power and authority as now enjoyed by PUC and the AB Wampat Board of Directors. Overall, I like the idea. At least we have the mechanism, again, like I said, to look at that. But that's my comment and that's my observation regarding this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of information, Madam Speaker. In the current Enabling Act of the Port Authority of Guam, one of the powers of the board, it's under section 10104 under the duties. The board, it says the board shall fix all rates, dockage, rentals, tolls, and all that. So that particular section actually would suggest that the board of directors does have the authority to unilaterally make adjustments to the tariffs. And I did question that, and I was informed that there is another provision of law which requires that that they have to put such a decision through the Administrative Adjudication Act. And as a result, then the authority does not lie solely with the board of directors. They have to do the public hearing. They have to send it up to the governor's office, send it to the legislature. The legislature then has 90 days to either act on the proposal or do nothing, which will make it then go into to law automatically. So that question was raised, and that was the response that I had gotten, and that's why Bill 21 then was being introduced.
Thank you very much, Senator Ada. Any others on the amendment? Madam Speaker, did you wish? Is there any objection to the amendment offered by Senator Ada? There being no objection, so ordered. On the main Bill 120, are there any speakers that wish to address the bill? I don't. Oh, Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe you misspoke. It's Bill 121 that we're on.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Happens to the best of us from time to time. Yes, thank you so much, and I'm glad to get up and speak on this bill. You know, sometimes on Guam, we try to emulate things that are done in different parts of the country. And we do so because, well, if it works in Los Angeles, it must work on Guam. But you know, Guam isn't Los Angeles, and Guam isn't Seattle, and it's not Hong Kong. Guam is Guam. You know, it's funny, when I was in D.C. last week and I was talking to, or maybe it was the week before last at this point, and I was talking to folks, one of the things that when I talk to other state legislators, they don't understand how unique the government of Guam is and how unique Guam is. Our public structure has to fill the roles of a state government, a county government, a municipal government, and a city government. And in some ways, a federal government, because we have our own international relations here. This is unique to anywhere in the United States, except for maybe some of the other territories. And this bill is a good example of this. What comes through our port is our lifeline. The people of Guam rely on that port for the things that make our lives civil. And we as a legislature are responsible to the people of Guam to look at the overall picture of our island, to look at our overall economy, to look at our overall structure, and make sure that we do the right thing for everybody. The problem I have with this bill is it doesn't do this. My greatest fear on this is that it allows the management of the port to once again pull further and further away from our unified government of Guam and be an entity unto themselves, where management can say, let's give raises to management. And the board can say, hey, that's a good idea. We hired you and we like you. And then it automatically goes to the PUC and they approve the tariffs and it goes on. Or maybe management says, hey, let's buy like a $50,000 crane. And the board says, sure, that's a great idea. Let's buy another $50,000 crane. And it goes on and on and on, right? The trick is we are a unified island and a unified government, and it's our job and the governor's job to look at the big picture and to say, wait a minute, I understand your passion and you want to quote-unquote modernize the port and give us this super-duper port that is just as good as Hong Kong, you know, or just as good as Antwerp, or just as good as the Port of Los Angeles. But you know what? Once again, we are not the Port of Los Angeles. We're not Hong Kong or Antwerp. We don't really need a super-duper port. As a matter of fact, by their own study, the port capacity we have now is enough for the entire future. Even after the pulse, we have the capacity in place now. That's why it's so important for this body to have oversight of what goes on in our public structure. That's why it's so important that this body ensures that the children of Guam and the people of Guam aren't stuck with a $250 million bill to build us a super duper port that we don't need, but our children are going to have to pay for. That's why it's important that this body do what the people of Guam elected us to do and make sure that our public structure takes into account first the needs of all of our people, not just a special interest sector at the port, whatever it may or may not be. We are one island, one people, one government. And when we work together, all the folks of Guam win. When we start slicing us up, it's divide and conquer, my brothers and sisters. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to vote no on this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Senator Pangilinan.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this, straight up. We may say, well, it works for all the other autonomous agencies that deal with the government, but does it really work? Do we have a government that functions for the people or for whoever has control? Control for the island rests with, I think, this body. I mean, my good friend, one of the most successful businessmen on Guam, always calls me his favorite socialist. Well, I'm in good company now because I'm in the company of the President of the United States. But the fallacy behind, I think, the reasoning, some of this behind this is that, we need to take all other considerations outside of the people and the politics out of the operations and the rate-setting authority of the port. That it should all be driven by the cost structure and so forth. And that's fine in certain environments, but there's nothing that says that's the way it should work here. I don't understand. I mean, we say that, the chamber supports this. Good, let's do it because the chamber supports it. But I'll tell you one thing that's inconsistent. When the Port Authority of Guam wanted to buy brand new cranes, and it needed a tariff increase and a rate increase by the Port Authority of Guam, Chamber came, no. You can't be raising the tariffs. Just cut your operations. Cut your salaries. Cut. Don't raise the tariff fees even if you're going to buy new cranes, brand new ones. So the port, because it responded to that, by the way, those tariff requests never came down here. So the port decides, oh no, we can't do that. And all those bright, and I say they are bright because they are, people on the board of directors said, no, we're not going to do this. We can't burden by raising the tariffs. Can't burden the people of Guam now. Can't be doing that, not the people of Guam, because remember, everything, you raise this price, the people of Guam's got to pay for it. So it didn't happen. We couldn't make that investment in our port, in our own equipment. So what happened? All of a sudden, a brand new solution came, which let's just have somebody buy the crane and we'll have them put it in. And we'll give them credit, another tax credit. We'll give them port credit this time, not tax credit, port credit, tariff credit. So we'll have them buy it and then we'll do this. But it didn't happen that way. Somehow, something didn't happen. But they said, go ahead and buy some used cranes. By the way, those cranes, the same cranes were available to the people of Guam for free, yet the brilliant minds at the port didn't pursue that. So these guys went and got the same cranes that were being surplused by the Port of Los Angeles. And they refurbished them, they took them here, and they put it on, and they said, see, we got the brand new cranes. Oh, and by the way, we're going to put a crane charge. And everybody's like going, yeah, okay. Don't really like it, but okay, because we know it really is needed because the private sector needs to recoup its investments. We can't raise tariffs to make investment in our own port. We can't raise the tariff to recoup an investment in our own crane. But boy, can we support the private sector raising its tariffs, charging a crane surcharge to recoup their investment. That's the thinking on this whole thing. Taliya. Tali hafaman manlulufan gini ang gintapegas ti na taza pro mahasu na ko manisisitan taygwini ang taygwini. Edzo na manggagit pago na ora na ang gimpon fan connect hanon mo 8,000 pesos. Ang pomfang connect hanon pago malago niya. Nigi PUC kumekeleng niya. Puspon na halum kadga. Kwanto? Kwanto anisita port? Kwanto man manisita ni para piot pago ni para ta nai sanhizong na kumpanya para guidza uminaneya port zapata papasisya pos pago na yun na nisisita ta na siguro na nahong sa lapi para ta apasi consultant. Sige kulan ginasok kong manggagi siya guni. Anggin para tahat sa presyo para tanoi taw-taw ta, igobernot ta, idot ta po to, tisinya. Lolani, may lazat na siguro na ang gintanoi taw-taw san hizong para siyaw minaneya na tana siguro na sinya mahatsa sin fatto papa gwini gipiso ni taw legislatura ni taw-taw itano. Na siguro na gwaha sinya muna hatsa, daw managwaha sa lapit na siguro na sinya tapos di taw-taw san hizong. Istige para gwalele kumalofan gwini tay gwini sti para gwaw hinatano kumekelenya ang gitaata ni lenya EGPA uno mangomplemplen por favor hafa namang plemplen sa lenya kada porofan hano gwato gi PUC porofan man hatsa i-presyon elektrisidad untung na ihud gi 1 milyon mapapasi para todo do i-consultants sa nisisita GPA o apasi i-zonya consultant ijina kantidad niya gwi no ni man malati lo nisisita fan man manapasi consultant san hizong pero mana siguro na dinanci zo magagagaw na subida kontra elektrisidad. Pues maptago gwato gi PUC mo pustalo za man hire izonya consultant pero na siguro na dinanci consultant GPA. Después ofa ultimonya mahatsa Hasan na linya tsamo hatsa. Pues taza pago na consultant gaya gi PUC ni atungo podesti siya marinero na banda jani batko jang taimano ni poroma tutad jan makwenta hafa presyunya debi kadgan ni mana momoda gi batko pues anggim para tanay talo gati gi PUC ni sitay PUC ta apasi Haji po na pasi, ipwet Haji po na pasi, ipwet ni mano gini natin nautuli sa lapi, gini ni tariff. Pus tahat sa siyempre ulo talo mas. Ikwanto ta charge, ikat gani po halom sa para ta pasi consultant. Lingin niya na taja na tisinya no sa timafatu papa ang ginisisita umapreba esti para masubi kwenta. Lingyan na babas ti na sistema sa tao na ti mapapagwini na iyot ti mo. Ti esti na guma ni gagi edzo na aturidad jam pudet. Gagi gipweto, gagi gobyerno. Angin ti matumagi gwini ti poros ti sisinya tahot sa Timalago Legislatura ti mafatumagi. Ang ilelekta na yun nanisita u guaha sistema ni sinya umandisidi ko hulu pat papa ima proponi za tim madzamak isti jan majulang isti na sistema sa tao na matumagi gini za estamos de 20 años or 15 años desde que mahatsay tariff lo haji ti mo na posible i-gobyerno sa tao na fatumagi gwini pos pudi tao na matugi gini lekta mala jata funas pagoy aturidata jata no iguatu isti PUC no ang ginano problema pos na siguro na distipot to ufatwa magi parafe gobyerno sa guiza ti Malago ana fatumagi sa guauno pero di beliau fan decidi an matumagi za ma presenta hafa ginagaw niya no ti mamahlo pad no kulan dangiu para beliau decidi ko mungahu pad ahi pad hunggan no an matu gini za gagi obligasyon no para beliau famatinas desisyon lo esti para guaw lelekunay ginasokwas tinahong rason dyan esti na sistema tiya konsidera para guaw itaw-taw esti na sistema ni mapropoponi gini na beo timang konsidera hafa otru sinya tatsogwi para tana siguro na ti edzwa umakonsidera dollars and cents. Hagas ti enoa makonsidera jasinya talo tana taigwen no. Mampus megay man sinitsiot pago nitad na susuhay ipuded gobernamento data na naiguato otru fera di oggi mu representa itauto. Iko anay ko jata inay angin man ma agangit za hafalay sinya fan taimanus ti taluk ay stati sinya jo hokuka pagu para ta apreba gini pudesti siya otru na yan siyang gobyerno ni man maulu katolong siya ko kopo fan mandibi padoy edzwa tetenan loko taimano mamanenehai sanhalum ni operasyon siya gwi da taimano na afekta tauto danitano todas ta sigue atas pia empeño ni para ta tsatsak itatawtaw isti taalog gobyerno ng Guam da tanay tanasua istaki mantay kanayit mantay patase mantay talangay tisinya ta ekong kitano tisinya ta juday tawtaw wow inaliliku isti siya timonyaganisita ta konsidera ino siya na klase para guaho angin para biyo kontinua gwini halo jahu na ugagaya no na klasin pudet jan naturidad lo angin paraguaw tapasas ti talo tanasway no na naturidad tanasway no na pudet makat mas makat siyempre ta para ta juday tao tono ginigi gubernota. Timafatu gano na tiu na timafatu gano tiu gano para eno para utimokug pat utimota gini giguben gini gizagwaha. Sidus Masi.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. Madam Speaker, on the main motion. Are there any other speakers after the Madam Speaker? No.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'd like to speak on the main motion. It's kind of difficult, I know, when I'm sitting up there and trying to read the bill and listen to what's going on, so I can make some, write some of my thoughts. And so I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. As I read the bill, of course, I had some concerns, some questions that in my mind, and whether it's going to be answered here or not, just depends. But I in the intent, when I look at it, and it says here on lines 11 to 14 that as the port moves towards the implementation of its port modernization master plan, the port will need to generate adequate revenues to fund an estimated $200 million capital improvement undertaking. And interestingly, I know several of us had just returned from the Association of Pacific Island Legislature's General Assembly meeting in Ponte, and several individuals were asked to present at that time, and some of the issues that were brought up by two individuals. One in particular was someone who's affiliated with the bank, spoke of revenues that will be coming into the island, but then at the same time it talks about how the government would have to prepare itself in terms of building the infrastructure, and who would be paying for the infrastructure, and how much debt the government would have to incur. And just think about it, and is that when you think of the military buildup, we're talking about a massive activity that's going to be taking place on the island. And then as soon as that's all done, then things will all come back down to normal. So I'm wondering now that, as we go, the normal day-to-day activity is that there would be, I'm sure then, to continue to maintain, to continue to upgrade, and to expand based on the needs of our community, our daily needs, and without, let's say, even factoring in this military buildup. And you would see probably, a moderate, and to even use some of the words here that's in the bill, adjustments maybe that are just and reasonable and affordable based on the community needs. However, when you think about a massive buildup of the military, then we're talking about millions of dollars, and in this case it was quoted $200 million that will be needed of capital improvement. And in order then to go out and invest on this capital improvement, then we know that the consequence of this is that the tariffs will have to be adjusted, and you have to be adjusted accordingly. So it's not going to be, for me, something that's going to be reasonable and basically what the community will be able to bear after the activity has started to wind off. And now it'll be the people then, or the consumers, the customers of the port. And just think of the example, of course, where now GPA is actually under PUC, and then GPA would go out and of course continue to improve on its infrastructure. But most recently, what had happened is that when GPA proposed a rate increase, and it wasn't just for individuals of their salaries, of the individuals that they had purported to say that are very difficult to recruit, that it was actually a pay raise then now for the entire authority employees. And then they turned around and requested again now through PUC is to increase their rates. And so, and that's just one example. And of course, we're hoping that that would not be the case here. But when you're going to have to make up for a $200 million cost. And if PUC would be the entity that will be approving this, the approval would not be so much on what the community can bear, but more importantly is how then are they going to be able to recoup, for all of this investment. So the money gets invested, we do the build up, and then the activity dies down. The tariffs remain, the rates continue to remain the same, because I've never in the history of PUC has ever gone back and said, we're going to decrease now the rates. That has never happened. Instead, it's just been continuously going up and not going down. By having then to remove, the legislature in this case, is actually not only removing the AAA process, and there's going to end up being no balance, so to speak, in terms of who then will be speaking on behalf of the people, the users, all of the ratepayers. The other issue that was brought up that at the APIL General Assembly also was an individual who is from the Lieutenant Governor's office, and that there's this potential now controversy over the access and security of Apple Harbor. And in essence, and this has always happened, no matter what we do, is that it will always be in the name of homeland security. And how much then access and how much control now is the military going to have, over the port? And we all know that this buildup is not through our normal day-to-day growth. It's going to be done because of this massive military buildup. And by me speaking this way, does not mean to say that I'm against the buildup. I'm just saying that this is a reality. This is what we're going to be faced with, and that this is all happening because of it, and not because of our normal growth. So therefore, I think we really need to think about this potential controversy now over the access and security of Apple Harbor. So what happens then, Mr. Speaker, is that there would be no, we're taking out then the legislature, we're taking out that AAA process by doing this, and that concerns me. Economists also, by the way, have also predicted that when there is this temporary influx of an activity to the port, then naturally then PUC would have, in order to respond to this modernization plan, then PUC again would have to respond accordingly to that. And PUC has demonstrated in the past that they would not be able to reduce rates after the buildup. And when we start to see that there is going to be a decrease in the business revenue, and now we're stuck with a debt, a permanent capital improvement. So the potential then is there that there will be very little control by this government, because if the port is to go in and apply for certain federal grants, maybe to fund the infrastructure, and we all know that if even 75% of this modernization plan is because of the military buildup, who then should bear the cost? And I think in this case it will be the people of Guam. So I pose these some of these questions. I know that has been in my mind, and I don't know if anyone has brought up any of these questions, and I don't know whether this can be avoided somehow by actually then placing the Port Authority under the oversight of POC. So I've not really decided one way or the other, Mr. Speaker. I like to, this has always been my position, is to hear our colleagues and hear the deliberation based on, and usually it's based on trust too, that the information we're getting, are correct, so that then I'll be able to make the best decision in terms of how I am going to vote on the bill one way or the other. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator Tenorio, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening intently to the points of my colleagues, and I look at this, and of course, the immediate retiring speaker kind of brings to mind something of a comparison. Now that you return, Madam Speaker, we have a number of schools that we need to build, and the numbers of millions of dollars is great. The cost of the people of Guam is great and will be sustained over, what, 30 years minimum? We're talking about a long period of time. And not just the schools at JFK. Schools, many schools within our island are really deteriorating. And what are the costs for refurbishment? Antalan, built in the 70s. It needs a lot of work. A lot of schools may not actually be salvageable because of their age. We know that we need to build the infrastructure of this island, including our schools, and we know that there's a cost associated with it. Then we go to the Port Authority, and the Port Authority has a master plan for modernization. I don't see super port built in here anywhere, but it does talk about modernization. We expect the main choke point, which was emphasized during many discussions leading up to the point where we're at today, not just by people in JIGPO, but also in our own Chamber of Commerce, said that the Port Authority is really kind of behind. And it's really one of the primary concerns about Guam's future economic buildup, is because if the number of containers cannot be efficiently removed from the ships, those ships have a schedule they need to go. If we don't have the cranes, then we can't get the containers off the ships. The economic viability of our island is tied substantially to that one choke point. And that choke point, based on the request of this legislature, I've heard members speak of, say, you need to get up to speed. You need to work on your plan. You need to be able to come up with something that's going to make a difference in the future so that we can actually have the viability and the capability to sustain economic growth. The economic viability of the Port Authority of Guam is going to be driven substantially by the investments. Now, I remember also some of the employees have said before, well, if you give us the training, you give us the tools, we can do the job. You don't need to privatize it. So we give them the training, but we don't give them the tools. I think a lot of the tools are contained within this same modernization scheme. $200 million of investment is going to be owned by the people of Guam. It's going to be paid for by the people of Guam, just like the schools. It's going to be enjoyed by the people of Guam, just like the schools. The roads, any infrastructure we put in is going to be to the benefit of the people of Guam. It's not going to be removed. So we, in this scheme, look to the Public Utility Commission. What is the Public Utility Commission versus the board? We criticize the Public Utility Commission for a number of different things, many of which being, cost and rate increases to the people of Guam. But as you know, the costs are the cost, whatever the costs are. We need to pay a fair wage. We need to pay for good equipment. We need to make sure the infrastructure is in place for that equipment to operate off of, but we're not willing to pay for it. Public Utility Commission, in my view of what I've seen before, looks at it a little bit more empirically, scientifically, looks at the rate structure, see if it's reasonable, and takes it out of the hand of, in certain instances, the politicization of the boards that we know that exist, because they only have a term with 3 to 6 years. But no one wants to increase rates. Nobody wants to pay a higher cost. Who does? But then again, we demand an efficiency and a professionalism within our government, but we're not willing to pay for it. That's the problem many times, I think. Who wants to be the burden of an additional cost? Who wants to be the author of saying, you're going to pay more? Nobody wants to make someone pay more. But yet we have an expectation of making sure that you get things into the port, into the hands of the people who brought it into those containers, and onto the shelves of the stores, and into the hands of the people providing services. But we don't want to pay for the cost for the infrastructure. And we don't want to put it into the PUC because of what? the AAA process, you know, I don't know which one's better. Maybe PUC is better, maybe the AAA process, but I think I saw in the committee report that there's been other recommendations for tariff increases that have come from the port but didn't make it to the legislature. So therein lies the same systemic problem that we have, that the politicization of the port's problem, being able to modernize, has a choke point as well. It doesn't make to the legislature, so we don't get the opportunity to debate it. And I think the same argument can be made for several different agencies of the government. Who wants to be the guy responsible and the author for increasing costs for anything? No one. But who's going to pay for the inefficiencies? What are the costs associated with unprofessionalism? What are the expenses of not having infrastructure? And what is the aggravation, not just to the people who are paying for, you know, those inefficiencies and aggravations, but also what's the cost to our total economy? We want to make sure that trucks can get into and out of the port. We want to make sure that we have the good roads that provide for it, that the cranes are able to unload and get those containers into a yard, and that those people who are users of the group, the port users group, which are a vast and very important part of our economy, are able to make sure that their efficiencies are built into the system. The Port Authority wants to increase their viability. How do we allow them to do that? This is the bill. So don't allow the PUC. Let's keep the rates artificially low. I mean, that's really what you're saying. I think that's what we're saying if we deny the bill. The good gentleman who moved this bill is Senator Adat. I think he's worked with the PUC and the Port Authority of Guam, the users group, had several conversations, had a public hearing which basically said, we need this. We really need this. You want to modernize this port? You want to be able to bring things into this island? You want to make sure that the equipment is in the hands of the people who are responsible for doing the work of the port? Give us the money to do it. Allow us the facility, which is the process of the PUC, an objective and outside person or entity to look at what the costs are and what the reasonableness of the rates are, and increase the tariffs based on the needs of this agency, the Port Authority of Guam, to be able to go out and be able to pay debt service to those people who are going to give us money to improve this port. So we say no? You know, Madam Speaker, there's been a couple different bills that came before the body since I've been in here about the port. And you know, people have varying degrees of support or lack of support for the bills. If not this, what? If we're not going to support this bill, we put a stranglehold on the ability for the Port Authority of Guam to be able to put in the infrastructure. If not, this, what? If we don't give them the equipment and we don't put in the concrete and the steel to make our port modern, who is? And who's going to pay for it? It has to be done. People of Guam are going to benefit from this. People of Guam are going to pay for this. The people of Guam are going to keep this for the rest of the duration of that modernization. It's not just for the benefit of those people who are currently on the board or the people currently working in the port. We're talking about a long-term investment that has to be made, and if we don't pony up and give the objective PUC the ability to be able to look over these rates and be able to determine the fairness, who is going to determine that? This body? Madam Speaker, we've had the opportunities to increase rates before. This is one of the things I think this body is most concerned about, raising the cost of our average resident of Guam and their cost, right? This senators in here are going to stand up and say, yeah, we need to increase the rate by 50%. Yeah, we need to increase about 125%. What? Is that what we're going to do? Because if it is, then, hey, vote it down. So, Madam Speaker, I've looked at the bill, and I've read the committee report, and I've talked to some of those people in a position of certain responsibility of the port and the employees that are out here. I think there's pretty good support for this bill, and I think there's pretty good logic behind it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome, Senator Tenorio. Vice Speaker Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the bill. I have to admit that initially, before I came to this legislature, I did not support the creation of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities and had my problems with the PUC. But I have watched over the years the PUC. I've attended several of their meetings, actually. And I have to give them credit for the amount of work that they go through in reviewing their request for increases. And though I didn't want to counter you, I have to say that there was a recent reduction in the that the PUC did approve at the CCU request to reduce the power rate, because they saw there was a request to reduce it, and it had shown that there was a reduction. The PUC does, and unfortunately does, cost money to be able to review those reports and determine whether or not these requests are reasonable, whether or not they have a basis in their request. And someone has to pay for that, unfortunately, and those are the costs that the PUC has to receive from the agencies. Maybe it's a little more than I'd like to see. Maybe somehow somebody's got to be able to look at what they're doing. But I think part of that is our responsibility here at the legislature. I agree with Senator Pangilinan that I'm upset at PUC, at the Port Authority of Guam, because I was the one that went down with Senator Mpinko and suggested to them that they purchase for $1 the cranes at Long Beach and Los Angeles ports. And I was disappointed when they came back to me and said that they couldn't do it. But I think the problem is not that the port management. I think it's in who we approve for those boards. And in the same way that I didn't vote for an approval of a member of one of the other boards because when he was up for reconfirmation, because of the way that I did not believe that they were being responsible in their actions. The members of the Port Authority of Guam who are on that board of trustees, on the board right now, are going to face very, very strict questioning from me on their reappointment and whether or not I'm going to vote for them, because I'm very disappointed in the way that they handled the crane issue. And so we have to exercise our responsibility of confirmation in here, because I really don't believe that we have the ability to be able, as educated as many of us are, to understand the nuances of power and how many kilowatt hours and all those kinds of things. I can't even tell the difference. And my one concern about this bill is taking Guam Memorial Hospital out. I have to admit that I didn't realize that Guam Memorial Hospital was supposed to be reporting to PUC. I don't even think the Guam Memorial Hospital realized itself that it was supposed to. Because I know I've attended a couple of board meetings and I've attended a couple of the hearings where they increased bills, and I sat there and I listened to and just recently they increased, I think it was like 180 fees up at the hospital. But I attended a couple of those hearings, and I have to admit, I sat there and I couldn't say whether or not they should be or should not be approved, because I really don't know what the costs are, and I didn't do the study on whether or not these fees should be increased. But someone has to be able to look at these things. Someone with the expertise on knowing hospital cost or knowing port operations, maritime, is going to have to know what these things are, to be able to look and see whether or not these are reasonable costs, whether or not any surcharges that are being required to be paid by the Port Authority of Guam are reasonable. But we've got to give someone the power to do that. Otherwise, we're going to have to do that, and I'm afraid that when we can't even say no to confirmations, we're going to be able to say yes or no to increases. And so I think someone has to be responsible for these rate increases, and I believe that when they review all these documents, that and the studies that are done by the consultants that they're able to make a fairly informed decision on whether or not these increases should or should not be done. And so I support the bill, but I have real questions as to whether or not I want GMH out, because at some point someone's got to look at GMH and actually maybe we'll just at this point I'll just make the motion to leave GMH back in, restore it back in, because at some point the fees are continuing to go up, and someone has to be able to look at that and understand and recognize whether or not these are reasonable costs. But the intent of the bill itself is something that I support, because I have to admit that I'd have a hard time reading the reports from CCU about whether or not water rates or the power rates have to go up because of different things, or whether or not maritime decisions increases are necessary. And I think we have to delegate some of that power away. And if we're not happy with them, then we don't reconfirm people to either the boards that make the recommendations or the boards that that approve those increases. But I really don't think that, with all due respect to my colleagues and myself, as educated as we are, that we have the ability to be able to read those reports and understand whether or not the increases are appropriate. And so I support the intent, and I ask that my colleagues restore Guam Memorial Hospital Authority to the bill. I mean to the PUC, and let's get GMH to start complying, because when they increase 180 fees in one fell swoop in one afternoon, and I've attended 2 meetings myself on rate increases, and rate increases they go through hundreds at a time, and I just think someone has to be able to review them, and they just can't be doing it without somebody reviewing them. So I support the bill with the one caveat that I'd like GMH left back in the bill, restored. Thank you.
On the amendment then to restore Guam Memorial Hospital. No objection, so ordered. Senator Respicio on the main motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of Bill 121. And I understand all the concerns that our colleagues have expressed with respect to wanting to protect the people from these horrendous rate hikes should the PUC ever make those kinds of decisions. But I offer you a recollection of what happened in the early 90s with the rolling blackouts, with the load shedding, and with GPA's inability to recoup much needed monies to generate revenue to repair and maintain their power generators. And it was because of politics, Madam Speaker, that prevented GPA from sustaining its own transmission and distribution, as well as its power generation abilities. You and I are both members of APIL. We also know what happened in CNMI in the last election, where representatives stood up and said, I want to protect the people from these horrendous power rates. So they set the rate at an amount that was lower than what it cost to purchase the fuel. You and I are also aware of what Palau is recently going through, and because of politics and because they want to protect the people from these horrendous rates, Palau is also currently experiencing massive load shedding, rolling blackouts, and the inability to generate sufficient power to meet its community's needs. We don't need to reach far back in our own recent history, Madam Speaker. I talked about GPA, and now we have an attempt here to legislatively require that the Public Utilities Commission set the rates, and the previous speaker hit the nail right on the head when he said, what do we determine these rates to be as reasonable? And maybe that's for a discussion for us to have, but right now, if we don't have any mechanism to establish these rates to at least allow the Port Authority to recoup what it costs for them to do business and prepare our port to generate much needed revenue and outfit that whole operation to prepare us for the military buildup, what will we get as a result of wanting to protect the people from these rates that are going to be have to be set for the Port Authority of Guam? What we're going to get if we don't prepare our port for this military buildup? Well, right now, what are we getting by having the Port Authority of Guam employees tapped out, stretched thin, having them challenged? They have to do more with less because of the political inability and the political will to set these rates that are necessary. So I rise in full support of this bill, and I do want to say that I recognize some concern that we want to protect our people from these rates, and if at any time we feel that the Port Authority has done things that are unreasonable, the PUC is a creation of this legislature. We always have and reserve the right to revoke that authority and bring the rates setting back to this legislature. I know that when the PUC was challenged recently because every time we saw the cost of oil go up, we saw GPA petition PUC to raise the rates. And so when there was a period where we saw the rates of the oil coming down, we had to put political pressure on GPA to remind them that they need to go back to PUC and ask for a reduction in those rates, and we're seeing those rates now. Maybe we're pointing the finger at the wrong direction, Madam Speaker. Maybe we shouldn't be pointing the finger at PUC and blaming them for why these rates are set the way they are. I think we have an obligation here as a body to make sure that these autonomous agencies provide the most efficiency possible. In the case of GPA, we force them to look into other renewable energy sources to hopefully one day wean ourselves from our reliance on oil. And we can do the same, and we have done the same with the Port Authority of Guam. They recently submitted a master plan in the last legislature, and we had a lot of problems with that master plan. They talked about this huge capital upgrade to the facility, but they had no financial impact statement or an FIS which would say whether or not we would be able to raise those monies necessary to meet those capital improvement requirements. And they're a very reasonable group of individuals, and we did not want as a legislature to outright reject that plan, so we approved it subject to the following conditions, and we set those conditions. And so if ever the Port Authority petitions the PUC to raise rates, and whenever this body feels that those petitions and those kinds of rates they're requesting are unreasonable, we can step in at any time, Madam Speaker. But right now, I'm saying that Bill 21 is the vehicle to allow these rates to be appropriately set, and I rise in full support of Bill 21. I want to commend Senator Tom Atta and his leadership in this area.
Thank you very much, Senator Espicio. Senator Guthertz on the main motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think so much has already been said on the bill. I'm going to support the bill, but I just want to point out a couple things for future consideration, and I ask my colleagues that we all need to keep our eyes on this. How the PUC actually works with reference to the port and fee increases and other activities of the port. I've always had a little concern about the charging costs that PUC leverages on GPA and GWA. As a former member of the CCU, and Senator Atta was a former member of the CCU, sometimes I thought their charges were excessive, and that we're creating a very powerful independent entity to oversee the rate activities of our public utilities. And at some point, we're going to have to sit down and assess exactly what the PUC is doing and its costing activities, and ensure that the people are getting the best bargain in this whole process. But that's something we can look at later. At this time, I think we need to have a independent entity review the pricing activities of the Port Authority, as well as the Guam Memorial Hospital, in order to protect our consumers. But in the future, I think we need to ensure that that is what the PUC is doing, and that we're not paying an overly hefty price for that service. But I stand here to support the employees of the port and to support the work of the port. And I recognize its important mission for our island now and in the immediate future. And I think this is a good bill that should be given an opportunity to be effectuated. And if there's a need to make changes in the future, we can always do that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You're very welcome, Senator Gutherts. On the main motion, are there any other speakers? There being none, then I'm going to call on the author then to give him an opportunity to close. Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to express my appreciation to my colleagues who have been following along with the discussions and have given their thoughts for or against the bill. I appreciate that. A couple of points that I would like to raise in closing is that, first of all, I realize now in retrospect that that one paragraph in the legislative findings and intent probably caused undue concern in this bill, and that is the mentioning the fact that tying in this $200 million capital improvement undertaking, and as a result, tariffs having to be adjusted accordingly. That discussion has actually been had with the port in a separate meeting that I've had with them relative to the master plan, the port modernization master plan. And it is fully realized that if they were going to go into the PUC to ask for a tariff adjustment to be able to fund $200 million worth of capital improvements, the rate increase will be so horrendous that it really would be totally unacceptable. And so what's going to happen is actually the port has identified that the level of capital improvements that it needs within the next 5 years and the level of capital improvements that it needs to meet the organic growth requirements is going to be in the order of about $50 million. And that is what they will be going into the PUC for, to ask for tariff rate increase. When they go to the PUC, it is not just to increase that one side of the equation, because then the PUC is also going to come in and it's going to do its management audits to see if in fact the cost of operations is where it is because that is what it costs, or because there's a lot of inefficiencies. And if there are in fact, if it's the latter, certainly recommendations will be made by the PUC that will insist that efficiency be put into the operation so that we can reduce that part of the equation and reduce the cost of service to the people of Guam. Now, it's been mentioned that going to the PUC is an expensive proposition for the agencies, and it's very true. If we take a look at the PUC Enabling Act itself, it requires each entity that comes under the jurisdiction of the PUC to pay, contribute for its administrative costs. And then on top of that, when that particular agency, and let's take Guam Power Authority for example, when it comes in for a rate increase, the PUC hires a subject matter expert to be able to review the data that the Guam Power Authority has submitted, and will then come back with its recommendations as to whether the data that was provided sufficiently justifies the request for rate increases or a decrease for that matter. I was able to get some data from the Guam Power Authority, and starting in back in fiscal year 03, the administrative the contribution that Guam Power Authority made for the administrative expenses of the PUC was at $58,000 for that year. In fiscal year 08, the contribution was $35,000. And you see that decreasing cost for the contributions to administrative operations because the PUC has in fact been trying to cut its operational cost as much as possible. I think that with the addition of the Port Authority, we're going to see now that cost spread out over 3 parties as opposed to just Guam Power and Guam Water. So we're going to see those costs go down even further. It is true that when, again, taking Guam Power Authority as an example, if it's going to go in for a rate increase, sometimes it does hire a consultant because the financial experts that they have in-house is not sufficient, and so they may go out and hire a consultant. Otherwise, so that's one cost that has to be borne. And then there is that cost that's borne over at the PUC, for that subject matter expert at the PUC. For the 6-year average, the Guam Power Authority has had to contribute approximately, on average, about $45,000 a year towards the cost of the administrative operations, and has spent about $255,000 a year to pay for the cost of the consultants, the subject matter expert that the PUC has had to hire. It was also mentioned that the PUC does not have a subject matter expert for marine operations, for port operations. Well, they have a consultant on board who will then in turn have to go out and then subcontract and hire for a subject matter expert. And I think it's important to have that subject matter expert to review these rate adjustment applications because, quite frankly, I'll be the first to admit, if I got given a set of numbers, I wouldn't know how to interpret it. And I'm not a subject matter expert. And I'm not sure that we have a subject matter expert in this hall either. I think we're here not to crunch numbers, but to take a look at policies that would affect the lives of our people. It was mentioned that PUC is bad. Every time an agency goes to the PUC, the rates go up. Well, if we take a look at the Enabling Act of the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, their Enabling Act mandates them to ensure that rates are adjusted to be able to cover the cost of operations of that utility. So if the utility then is able to provide the data to support its request for a rate increase and the PUC sees similarly, then of course those rates are going to be increased. But it is also true that in many cases the agency comes in and says, we need a 6% increase. The PUC subject matter expert comes back and says, no, I think you only need a 3-4% increase because here are some efficiencies that you can achieve. And we don't necessarily agree with this particular operational expense that you're suggesting should be paid by an increase in the rates. So there's really, although it comes out as a rate increase, oftentimes it comes out as an increase not to the level that's requested. Now, there was the idea that if we put it over to the PUC, there are a bunch of bean counters over there. And all they take a look at are the numbers. And we take out the human element out of it. There are a bunch of heartless, bunch of people who just take a look at numbers and one side of the equation, another, and do whatever's necessary to adjust it. And I disagree with that. Because first of all, before a rate increase comes before the PUC, it comes before the Board of Directors. In the case of the Guam Power Authority, it comes before the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. And that particular body needs to take a look. And they ask the questions, do we really need this much for this period of time? Can we stretch it out? And oftentimes, those kinds of questions are asked. And they are fully cognizant of the fact that rate increases are going to impact the households, and that's not what they want either. But they also recognize that they have the fiduciary responsibility to be able to provide the agency with revenues so that it can make the capital improvements that are needed to provide the quality of service that the people deserve. And I would expect that the same thing will happen with the Board of Directors of the Port Authority of Guam. On top of that, these rate increase transactions do not take place in a vacuum. The agency, in the case of the Port Authority, will have to put out a public notice, will have to conduct a public hearing. When the board takes a look and makes its decision as to whether to go forward to the PUC, they have to put that meeting on notice. Those meetings are open to the public. I always send my staff to those board meetings to sit down to listen to what's being discussed. So, to suggest that by putting the rate-making process over to the PUC is going to take us totally out of the loop, and now everything's going to be done in a vacuum, and next thing we know is, rates are going up and all that. And I just don't agree with that, because there is just as many opportunities for us as a body, for us as a government, to keep an eye over the shoulders of those board members, which we conducted a confirmation hearing on to put on those boards. The suggestion was made that because that what we're doing here is we're kind of emulating, what they're doing in San Francisco, and boy, if it's good for the United States of America, it must be good for Guam. Well, all I got to say is, the PUC has been around, first of all, for 20 years. So if we've been emulating, California for the past 20 years, and it works, so what? The fact of the matter is that when the rate setting process was down here in this legislature, the utilities never got any rate increases at all, because it was about as taboo as suggesting for a tax increase. And as a result, we ended up with rolling blackouts, we ended up with Taki water at GWA, and so things just went down the tubes. And yes, when they went to the PUC and were able to have their rate requests objectively looked at, they were able to generate the revenues that they needed, and I must say that we have come a long ways since those days. Just a couple more points, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I've covered the points that I needed to cover, and before I close, I would just like to make one motion to add Senator Tello Taitagui as a co-sponsor to the bill.
On that amendment, without any objections, so ordered. Have you covered everything already?
Yes,
all of the concerns?
Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
What about access and control? I'll talk to you about it on break time. Thank you very much, Senator Ada. So I want to make sure I don't miss anyone, give anyone, haven't missed anyone to give you an opportunity to speak. So one more time, is there anyone else who have not spoken who would like to? Okay, so on the motion then to place Bill 121 in third reading file without any objections, so ordered. We're going to take a lunch break and come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we place Bill 134 in the third reading file, and I'd like to speak on it.
Any objections? Seeing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The key to Bill 134 is it's a fairly simple bill, and it says that every employee shall get 4 hours of leave per month, paid leave per month, in order to participate in their democracy. And this is incredibly important for everybody on our island so that we make it a democracy that works for every single person, not just the people in management, not just the people that own businesses, not just the people that are paid political hacks, but maybe hacks isn't a good word, paid political consultants, maybe that's a better word. This is a bill that allows everybody to participate in our democracy. Now, some people might ask, like, why would I introduce something like this? And I'll tell you why. After sitting in this legislature for now a couple of months and going through numerous public hearings, I always notice whenever we have a public hearing during the day that who shows up to it? Well, directors of agencies and paid consultants that are in management or people that are in management. Now, if somebody from their company wanted to come and work, they would have to take time off without pay, usually, or they could face retribution. This is something that is systematically, intrinsically built into the system to keep working people from participating in our democracy, and that's just not right. Folks work really hard on Guam to try and put food on their table and take care of their families, and by the same token, they should have the same right to participate in their democracy. Now, it's not just coming to public hearings like we have today, and it's not just like the crowd that's sitting out in the lobby advocating for their bills. It's about everything, whether it's to go to a school board meeting or a working session of the school board, whether it's to go to a AAA hearing on some sort of rules and regulations which takes place during the day and usually happens in such a way that nobody really has time to go to it, or whether it's time to go sit on another board or monitor a board meeting or just go to a board meeting. These are the things that we've created and this legislature have created to make our system more democratic. We've created a bunch of boards and public hearings, and yet now is the time where we can go the next step. The next step is when people, working people, actually have time to go and be a part of our democracy, be a part of these boards, at the very least sit on them. At the very least go and see what our elected officials have to say. At the very least go and talk to us, for that matter. Talk to their governor, talk to their senators, advocate for their families and issues that are important for them. Go to a school board meeting and say, hey, my kid deserves X, Y, and Z. Go to a CCU meeting and say, hey, how come I got to whip out $8,000 to connect my water to my house? Be able to go to a Chamorro Land Trust Committee meeting, to go to an election commission meeting, to go to a UOG Board of Trustees meeting, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Participate in their democracy. And, you know, at the end of the day, this adds up to 6 days of additional paid leave for every employee. Now, people might say that's excessive, and maybe it is. Maybe we can only come up with 3 days. And I would accept that, as long as people have the opportunity. But the other concern we've heard on this bill is that people support it, but they worry that there's no accountability in it. And they say, well, how do we know these folks went and participated in their democracy? And there's a good reason why that's not in there. Because we don't want any retribution for our citizens at their workplace. And that is a critical factor in this bill, right? So if, say, the Chamber of Commerce advocates for some bill, for or against some bill, we want to make sure that the people whose lives are affected by this bill have the opportunity to make their voices heard, right? Without fearing going back to work and having their boss say, darn it, I saw you at that public hearing, now you're fired. Now that would be a horrible thing, and that's why we want to make sure this is in there. And so that there is accountability, so there's the ability to participate without fear of retribution. And it goes on in that, and it actually prohibits their bosses from hiring a private investigator to go and make sure that they go to something or where to find out where they're going. And this is important. And you know, we saw this in our last election as well, how important it was. When it wasn't a public holiday, the Guam Election Commission had a lot of trouble finding poll watchers. The critical penultimate event for our democracy is an election. This would allow people to sign out leave and go and be a poll watcher for a half a day, right? To advocate for their candidate if they wanted. To stand outside like many of us did and wave with all of our supporters. It's important. That's the way democracy works. That's the way it should work. And hopefully this bill will help our democracy to work better. I ask for all my colleagues' support on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Rector. Any other speakers on Bill 134? Senator Palacios, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, I support the idea of allowing time for people to participate in public hearings and so forth. That way, I guess you have a much better clarity on whatever is the issue that is being pursued at the moment. There are some points here that I would like to just share with the body, and that's my observation. For example, on page 2, line 17, it actually just says legally entitled to no less than 4 hours of paid leave. And I would like to see there, for example, or compensatory time off. And why? I'm thinking in terms of the small businesses, for example, the mom and pop with just maybe 1 cashier or 2 cashier for that matter. Because the bill proposes to include all employers, private, public, even probably charitable organization. And I would say that for small businesses, perhaps the scheduling can be revised to accommodate then the need for attendance at some public hearing and not have to actually be on leave, on paid leave. That way then the small business can reschedule and swap days off and things like that, and then make it up later on. That's one issue that that's one point that I'd like to raise. Respect to not just necessarily paid leave, but the point is to be on leave without actually suffering loss of pay. I think that can be achieved with the CTO. And on number 4, beginning actually on line 3 of page 3, and I think that there should be some defined scopes or parameters of kind of activities. I understand, of course, lawful rallies, protests, public hearing, but I would think that perhaps maybe some kind of an activity that is sponsored by a duly recognized organization or club or association. Without that, with leaving this as it is right now, it is not unlawful, or rather it would be lawful for maybe a few employees gathering together and just say, well, we can stage some kind of protest action at Adelup or at the legislature without actually that activity being sponsored by, again, that's my observation. And from an administration point of view, I think that we should at least legitimize the activity that's to be attended. And on page 4, again, the beginning on line 4, and the author mentioned about that they will be required to document the attendance, and of course, I guess from the point of view of an administrator, there should be some kind of an accountability, and the reason is it doesn't matter what kind. You are not interested necessarily of the nature of the meeting and so forth, but if it's going to involve government time, 4 hours a month times 9,000 employees, that's public money that to be paid out, and I'm not necessarily looking at that and objecting to the leave policy. but some kind of accountability that you're going to go there, make sure you go there and attend whatever that is to attend. Without that, this can be subject really to abuse, and to me, we should have, or there should be some kind of at least very, very minimal accountability. And that's just my observation on this. However, I support the idea that people should be given the opportunity and the convenience to attend public hearings. At least, in this case, this bill provides for a 4-hour a month of paid leave. But the nature of it to allow a person 4 hours to attend, I completely support that. It's just the manner in which that attendance is to be executed and how and so forth. Perhaps of course that's debatable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Any other speakers on Bill 134? Senator Tinamuni Barnes.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too rise in support of the intent of the bill on 134, and my take on this is as we look at time to be compensated for the 4 hours a month, I'd like to know if the author can yield to a question.
He does.
Okay, my question is if a employee were to take the 4 hours a month times the 12, the maximum time that could be allotted for each employee would be times 12 would be 48 hours.
Yes, the way it's currently written, one, the leave can't carry over. It's either use it or lose it per month.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't, you can't like save it all up and then in the year have 4 days off, right? It's use it per month. Is that your question?
Right.
Okay.
So you have to use it or else.
Yes. Any more questions? Why you got me up here?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. I was hoping that though I support the intent, I was looking at the time that's really needed for those who, because if I'm not mistaken, I'd like to just double check if the author could just give me 1 minute so I can converse with him based on what's existing today in law, because if I'm not mistaken, at least for the government, right now, presently, there is time compensated, administrative leave compensated based on a couple of executive orders or something that may be law in reference to physical wellness, and also for those who go out and have to go have their kids look at the report cards, parent-teacher conference and all that stuff. So can I just have 1 minute with?
We'll take a minute recess.
Only for voting, right? But other than else, 2 hours for voting from the federal, but for Guam, don't we have administrative leave? I know we have something for wellness, and I know that we.
Speaker introduced. Did you have one on parent-teacher organization?
Did you have one for parent-teacher? I was just telling you that. We allow it for parent-teacher conferences, and it has not even increased parent attendance at all.
That way, it's always a night for teachers that want to go to.
I just wanted to make sure.
I got it.
Honestly,
So that would be 2 hours every 2 months.
Which adds up to a grand total of maximum 2 days a year, but splitting the half day leaves the max. So it really wouldn't impact the
Senator Munya Barnes, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again. After conferring with the author of the legislation, I'm just going to continue to hear more presentation from my colleagues, and I still support the intent, but have some reservations in reference to the timeline, so I will continue to listen to more presentation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Are there any other senators who wish to speak on Bill 134? Senator Pangilinan, oh, you're recognized.
Just want to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, it's kind of ironic that in order to get people involved in democracy, we have to give them leave. I mean, we take a look at what's happening in some of the Middle East countries, and these guys are out in the streets and at the risk of their lives, and they're out there for democracy. And it's kind of sad that for us, in order to encourage democracy, we have to say, we will pay you to participate. But that's the reality of the world we live in, and the reality of the lives of the people in our society. Times are not that easy, and people struggle. And people can't afford to take off work and lose hours in order to make their opinions known. And what's the cost? What is the cost of this in terms of the cost to our community with regards to the preservation or the survival of our democracy, if that's how we're couching this, and what is the cost in terms of dollars? And you know, we all are concerned about that. It's certainly in just taking a look at what it would cost if we gave an extra 4 days of leave to every single GovGuam employee. And we know that not every single one's going to take advantage of it. But what is our intent here? And what is going to be the operative practice that will occur if something like this passes? We understand the rationale behind not requiring anybody to sign in or prove that they've come, because we think that that is going to have a chilling effect on somebody asking to take off work to testify on a bill to increase the minimum wage, for example, when you know your employer is paying you minimum wage. And are you going to ask him to take off so you can testify to get a pay raise that will take some money out of his pocket, out of his profit margin? Probably not. You're probably, if you're working in that kind of environment, you probably don't have much leverage with anything with your employer. So even looking at all that, you know, is this the time to do it? Is it right to do it? I don't know. But I do know it's going to cost some money and somebody's going to have to pay for it. And I'm a little concerned about some of the provisions in the bill that will maybe even place these individuals at greater risk with regards to their employment. As long as we have an at-will employee policy on Guam, you know, you take off 2 to 3 times and your employer says, that's it, can't afford to have you do that anymore, and you're an at-will employee and you're gone. I'm going to find somebody else who's not going to be able to have the same interest you have in terms of advancing democracy, and who's going to have a little bit more of an interest in advancing my operations. And so what happens? Well, maybe if we do this, nothing happens, because people won't take advantage of it and things will go on, and those that do are going to do it at their own peril and risk. But at least they know they're making that choice. It's a tough thing because, you know, I've been involved in business most of my life, and I know what it's like to run an operation and try to scramble to keep employees, to keep employment, to make payroll. And is this a cost that I can bear? But I guess maybe the bigger question for me is there a problem? I think we're doing this because we see the employees being used by management when it benefits them. We've seen management bus employees down here, and we've heard those employees whisper in our ear, you know, I had to be here. If I didn't come, there would be a problem at work. So I have to be here to show support for something that my manager wants or the business owner wants. If it was left up to me, I wouldn't be here, but they're paying me to be here. We hear it, we know it, it happens. And so we're trying to build now maybe a level playing field with regards to the employees, but it's not level. It's just not, you know. And maybe I'll say it straight out. Maybe the union doesn't like the fact that management can bus employees down here and they can't. And if that's the intent, then let that be the intent. Let it say that we want business representatives and employee representatives and organizations to be on a level playing field. And let's just put it out there. Or let's just say, I want to be able to grant 3 more holidays to private sector employees and government employees, and let it be out there. And they can do whatever they want with it. But let's be straight up. And let's make sure that if that's not the case, then it's not the case. But if that's the effect, then that's what's going to happen. I like this bill. I like the idea of democracy and participation. I asked at the public hearing, if we're doing this because employees can't come down here during the working hours, and really, who are conducting these hearings except the government agencies? Why don't we require the government agencies to hold the hearings at night? We used to do it. We do it. Actually, the author does this, to his credit, that he would hold hearings at night where it's more convenient for the people to come out and testify. We're supposed to be 24/7 employees. So let's us work. Let's us make it convenient for the public. But as I was told at that hearing, it may be, but it's not convenient for the public because the public has other things they need to do. They have rosaries and christenings and PTA meetings and school plays in the evenings, and this may not be one area that they may want to sacrifice those things for their family and take it away from their family life to come and testify at a hearing. That those things are, other things are important and even more important. So I don't know how to put this thing together where we kind of meet the intent. I'm just not sure. Again, I say I really like the bill because I think when people get involved in their communities, then it's beneficial to the community. So when one person comes down here and tells this legislative body that what we are proposing is going to affect their lives and that we need to think about them, they're not only helping themselves, they're helping the entire community. And how do we make that possible with all of the other things that they have to contend and deal with? This is one proposal. I don't know what the other proposals are that are out there. This is, so we are making it more convenient. We've got email now. You can email your testimony. You could probably video it and put it on YouTube and say, go watch it on YouTube. People are creative these days, but not everybody has access to computers. Again, I certainly say that this proposal, if put into place and if practiced, will be beneficial to the community. And I want to be able to provide a structure and a forum where, employees have a equal playing ground or playing field when they want to voice their positions on matters that affect their lives, that they all shouldn't just be subject to the whims of their employers, that they're only available to make a point when it benefits them. I mean, that's really what we're trying to find in terms of the balance of this whole democratic process. So I'm not sure how am I going to vote on this bill, but I sure am confused about how do we achieve what we want to achieve. How do I think this bill will affect our community, and how will it affect the cost of earning a living? Because you know what? Business owners earn a living too. Sometimes we kind of forget that. We think that, you know, every business on Guam is a multi-million-dollar business that exploits its human resource. But we got a business with two brothers, or a business with a mother and a daughter. Well, we got a business of 5 friends. They're business people, and they earn a living. And if we're going to say we have to add cost to theirs operating expense, then there has to be something in it for them too. They have to also feel that doing this is good for them. We're not trying to please everybody, but we're trying to ensure that when we do something, that we at least are able to say, you know what, this is in your interest also in regards to the type of community we're going to have by increasing democratic participation. But if it's for the other stuff, then I'm not sure that that's the road I want to go down. Thank you, and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the bill? There being no other speakers, Senator Rector, do you wish to close?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice Speaker, I'll get this right one of these days, Chairman. And I'd like to thank all my colleagues. Something like this is a bill that's a fundamental sea change in the way we look at things. And I know that's always a scary thing when it comes to it. And so I understand people's intent, and I think everybody wants us to have a fully participatory democracy. And I think that's very important. But let me go back and deal with a couple of concerns. First off, if this has something to do with the union or not, it doesn't. In union contracts, they already have leave that they can come and participate in if they need. So that's not an issue, right? And generally, for most government of Guam employees, they have leave and can take it, right? And that's okay as well. You know what this is for? This is for the rest of the people out there mostly. This is for the guys that are working 40, 50, 60 hours a week to put food on their table. These are the guys when the Chamber of Commerce was up in front of this body and was saying, if we raise the minimum wage, the economy will go to heck and the sky will fall and everybody will go out of business, and it'll actually hurt the poor people who are getting a raise in the minimum wage. Now, when all those guys from management that were up here talking and testifying in favor of that bill, they were getting paid. But if they're employees that would have benefited from this bill, asked for time off, paid time off to come and testify, they would have gotten terminated. Well, they would have gotten denied, so they wouldn't even need to get terminated because they would have just gotten denied. It's a fundamental thing in our democracy to make it so everybody can participate. Other countries do it. You know, even in Australia, you are mandated to vote. They want people to participate in their democracy. They reward people for participating in their democracy. And that's what we need to get to here. We need to have a democracy where everybody has a right to come out and talk to us, where everybody can come and look into your eyes and find out how you really believe. Yes, we can put things on Facebook and MySpace and Twitter, as everybody knows I'm a huge fan of, and things on our website, like right now we're streaming live video on my website so that people can participate that way while sitting at their desk at the office. But who knows if the boss will catch them watching their legislator in session. But you know what? It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing to watch something on television or to watch it online. There's something about looking into a person's eyes. There's something about the feeling in their voice. There's something about being there and being a part of this human equation that makes our lives and our democracy work, that is just essential to the democratic process. I know it's going to take a little soul searching on my colleagues' part, and I know it's a bit of a stretch for some folks. But look, for Government of Guam employees, this isn't even restoring them back to what they had just a few years ago when many holidays were eliminated. For private sector employees, right now they got nothing. There is nothing in the law that guarantees they get any kind of leave. One of my recent employees that I have, I run a business as well, as a manager, the president of the GFT, right? I hired a guy that worked for a private sector firm, a fairly small operation. They got no sick leave, no annual leave, no health care until after he'd worked the full-time job there for 3 years. You know, these type of folks deserve something. They deserve better. These are our friends, these are our families, these are our neighbors. They deserve an opportunity to have their voice heard in a meaningful way. They deserve the opportunity to hear your voice in a meaningful way. They deserve the opportunity to be able to go to a school board without it costing their family undue stress. They deserve the opportunity to go to a CCU meeting without causing their family undue financial hardship. They deserve the opportunity to be an active, productive citizen in our democracy, and I think this bill does this. I ask for all my colleagues' support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Rector. I imagine that's a move to place this on the voting file. Thank you. So ordered. Senator Atta, Bill 142.
Mr. Speaker, I move to accept Bill 142 as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Affairs, and Public Works and Veterans Affairs.
Any objection to the substitute version? Hearing none, so ordered.
I move that Bill 142 as substituted be moved to the third reading file, and I would like to speak on it.
Please proceed.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to acknowledge the fact that if any of the members haven't realized it yet, but in the public hearing room, we have, of course, many of the employees from the Port Authority of Guam. Many of them are here today because this body is acting on two very important bills that pertains to the Port Authority of Guam. That was Bill 121 that related to basically moving the rate setting process to the PUC. And now, and probably most important to them, is Bill 142, which will establish benefits and compensation for maritime positions unique to port operations and for certified technical and professional positions. Now, we are here today because in the 29th legislature, Public Law 29-24 was passed by the 29th legislature. And in that particular law, it mandated that the Jose de Leon Guerrero Commercial Port it was authorized by that law to promulgate personnel rules and regulations and to establish pay scales. And it read specifically that maritime positions unique to port operations and certified technical and professional positions would be the included group. The public law further mandated that the board shall adopt rules and regulations governing selection, compensation, promotion, performance evaluation, disciplinary action, and other terms and conditions of employment of personnel occupying maritime positions unique to port operations and certified technical and professional positions subject to the provisions of the Administrative Adjudication Act. Now, the port did comply with the Administrative Adjudication Act, conducted its public hearing, submitted its findings to the board, and then further transmitted that to the governor's office, who subsequently transmitted that to the legislature. The committee then introduced Bill 142, proposing to adopt the rules and regulations governing the new class of employees. But I must also add that the Public Law 2924 did clearly spell out that it really was not intended to establish these adjusted compensation and benefits for all the positions down at the port. It basically narrowed down the affected group to those positions whose qualification requirements mandate certifications and licensing, such as stevedores, cargo checkers, equipment operators, marine traffic controllers. It also intended to include positions with multi-skill qualification requirements, such as your crane mechanics. It also included positions with specific maritime knowledge and skills. And lastly, it intended to include other similar technical and professional positions which are unique and critical to the port's operations and no other government entity which is not a port of entry, but not limited to those jobs that I just mentioned earlier. And that the compensation for all other positions which are not included shall remain consistent with the compensation plans and pay scales as determined by existing law. So I go through all that to clearly define that and state that Public Law 2924 did not intend for all job positions at the port to be included under the reclassification and adjusted compensation arrangement. Now, some may argue that the exclusivity that's created by Public Law 2924 is unfair. It's unfair amongst the port employees because there are those who will then be able to benefit from this particular mandate, and there are others who won't. There's also the argument that it is unfair to the rest of the government employees, that it is just the employees at the port that will be able to benefit from it and not the other government agencies. On the obverse, there's also the argument that to withhold the favorable action until everyone can be similarly affected, then we may never see the change. Because to make that change, to apply it throughout the whole government, is such a large undertaking that it may be a long time before that can be effected. I would argue that by bringing the Public Law 2924 to fruition, the employees who would benefit would be placed in a better position to help their families and others. And while we as government leaders must continue to work towards bettering the lot of the rest of the employees, but the fundamental point is we've got to maintain the forward momentum and keep the forces of change moving. The committee's findings following its public hearings and the testimonies that it received is that, first of all, in looking at the rules and regulations, which is found on the legislative website. However, if anybody wants to take a look at a hard copy, I believe the clerk does have a copy that's available that you can take a look at. But the committee has taken a look at the provisions of the rules and regulations and have found the provisions to be consistent with local and federal statutes. It has also found that the rules and regulations provides procedures and a methodology for the evaluation of the affected positions to ensure that promotions are based on meritorious performance. However, the committee also found that the employees at the port were not given adequate time to review the job ratings that were given to the particular positions that they were holding, which in turn will affect their pay, the pay level, the new compensation schedule. And so, nor were they given the opportunity, not only did they really have the time to review the findings, but also the opportunity to appeal the ratings. And so the committee found that although the procedures of the rules and regulations are certainly consistent and well-founded, it felt that management should take back the listing or the identification of the positions that should fall under the new classifications, rework that, provide the opportunity for the employees to review it, and provide an appeal mechanism, and then to submit that to the board of directors for their review and for their final disposition. At the same time that that is done, a copy is to be submitted to the legislature for its information and for review. And subsequent to the board's final decision, the plan will go into effect no sooner than 60 days after a decision has been made. Additionally, we found that the committee found that of course, to implement the new pay schedule of the employees, at least the initial list that was identified, it will cost the port about $2.5 million to bring the affected group of employees up to the 10th percentile. So what that means is, for example, a gantry crane operator, right now the current pay scale is probably at the 2 percentile, which means that all other crane operators, gantry crane operators across the nation, 98% of them are making more than what our current crane operators are receiving. The recommended increase in their salaries is to bring them up to the 10th percentile. And at that 10th percentile, it will cost the port an additional $2.5 million. So in the bill, it provides that the new pay schedule will not come into effect until the board has identified a funding source as to how to pay for the new pay level. I should also point out that in the study that was conducted, there were 33 positions that were not included. And in asking the question, if those 33 positions were to be included, what will be the fiscal impact to the port to include that balance of 33 positions which were not included in the list? And their findings was that it will cost approximately $26,000 additional to include those other employees. So, Madam Speaker, that is the substance of Bill 142. And in essence, it is to approve then the rules and regulations as was submitted by the port, which provides for the rules and the procedures, and with the exception of the Appendix A, which is the listing of maritime positions unique to port operations and certified technical positions, and Appendix B, which is the pay schedule. So Appendix A, the listing of positions, is to go back, management is to rework that, and then submit it to their board for final disposition. And I have to exercise good faith that the board will also do their due diligence, and so will management, to take a look at these positions and make sure that the positions that are identified as being unique to port operations, as being certified technical and professional positions, are in fact consistent with the criteria that have been set by Public Law 2924. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gwen Pubetsu, Senator Ada. Senator Blush, you're recognized on the main amendment, on the main bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here in support of Bill 142. You know, Madam Speaker, as we had discussed earlier today, and as a result of the discussions we had earlier today about another bill, and it is, you know, as this body knows, the port is going to be going through, or is going through now, major improvements that will not only help our island to grow, help our region to grow, but was necessary because of the growth that we have today. We talked about, you know, the $200 million expansion to the port that's going to happen. And when we talk about the $200 million expansion, we've talked about, you know, the brick and mortar, we talked about the asphalt, we talked about the gantry cranes. What this bill provides is it helps us to address what is probably the most important component of any successful port operations, and that's its people. And in the bill, what the bill provides is it gives us an opportunity, it gives the port, finally, its employees that opportunity to get better compensation, a more fair compensation than what they're getting today, to help them to prepare for the work that they continue to do and they're going to be required to do and they're going to be asked to do in the future. It also helps for our people, for our island, to retain these individuals in these positions so that we don't lose any of these employees to better jobs because they can get better pay somewhere else. That said, Madam Speaker, you know, when the author, the good author made his presentation on the introduction of the bill, you know, one of the things that was brought up was that there was, as a result of Public Law 2924, there was the legislation or the law that basically mandated the study on the pay classification of employees. And granted that the study was for certified technical and professional positions as required by the port. I believe there was some argument, and there is some argument as to what certified technical and professional positions are. And I say that there could be some argument there because I believe that inadvertently, and as a result of the technical definition of those words, there were some critical, highly certified, critical, crucial employees that were left out. These are employees that the port in itself rely on as a team to get things from ship to shore. everybody in the port is crucial to the operations of the port. All the positions that are there are crucial to each other. You know, there could be some argument, and there's some argument as to whether or not individuals who occupy positions that are generic in as far as its job title, that there is the argument that maybe these positions, because there are other like positions in other agencies, that they're not critical, crucial, or maritime specific. I argue otherwise. I argue otherwise because in everybody's position description, everybody's job description, there's this last line. And all other duties and responsibilities that are necessary to perform your duties. And in the case of a port employee knows how to get a container from ship to shore. A port employee knows what it takes to get commodities from ship to shore. An employee relies on another employee to get that item from ship to shore. And it's critical. They're all critical. So with that, Madam Speaker, and in recognition that we may have inadvertently, if I may say, left out some individuals that are critical and crucial to the functions and the operations of the port. I'm introducing a series of amendments, if you don't mind. And for the sake of going green, saving trees, I've managed to pass out, and it says on the top right-hand side, the F.F. Bloss Amendment, so that, you know, each of us don't have 10 different sheets of paper for 10 different amendments that I feel are necessary, that need to be made, so that we can ensure that each and every employee down at the port are given or have that opportunity and are given that opportunity for better compensation. So, you know, Madam Speaker, and when I say that, and although from my last count it's 10 different amendments, each amendment is critical to the next amendment, because then it helps for us to identify and it helps for us to clarify that when we talk about the compensation and benefit adjustments for a port employee, we're talking about a compensation and benefit adjustment for each employee of the port, each well-deserved, critical, and crucial employee of the port. So, if you don't mind, with your indulgence, Madam Speaker, I will go through each amendment. My first one is actually in the title itself. It's basically so that now the title reads, "An act to adopt the personnel rules and regulations for the Jose D. Leon Grill Commercial Port and to authorize compensation and benefit adjustments."
It's for the, right?
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, I think, I don't know, maybe legal counsel needs to guide us to this, but maybe we should go into the body and make the changes there, and then if the suggested amendments are passed, then it'll be appropriate to go to the title to make the changes there.
There's no objection.
I don't mind.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the First Amendment is actually very minuscule. It's actually just a grammatical correction. It's on page 1, line 4. The services provided, strike out is, and replace it with are. It's grammatical.
Okay, on that amendment, if no objection, motion carries. Second one, Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the second amendment is to basically add to Section 1, the legislative findings, the following paragraph. The Iminatrenta na Legislature in Guam finds out of the 104 positions reviewed in the Port Compensation and Classification Plan study, 18 positions are occupied by 27 employees which would not be included in the Compensation and Classification Plan. Although Public Law 2924 was intended to retain qualified workers in maritime positions and employ personnel who are certified with necessary technical or professional skills and experience, the Iminatrenta na Legislature in Guam understands the impact the implementation of the Compensation and Classification Plan would have on those employees who are not included in terms of productivity and efficiency. The Iminatrenta na Legislature in Guam further finds that by adopting and implementing a unified system of position classification and salary administration for positions occupied and used by Jose de Leon Guerrero Commercial Port would provide administrative efficiency and equity amongst the various position classifications.
On that amendment, are there any speakers? Senator Palacios.
And as a request from the Speaker for grammatical, take away the from in front of Mina. So just make it Mina.
Okay, before I have Senator Palacios speak on that amendment to delete the before Iminatrenta, are there no objections? Motion carries. On the Frank Blas amendment, on page 2, Senator Palacios, you're recognized if you want to speak.
Of course, that's still under the findings, but nevertheless, it would include all positions. And I just want to share this with the body that the employees, people working at the Port Authority actually are required to some special technical knowledge. For example, I know that every employee, and this including private employees working for Shell, for Casamar, they are required to have what is called the Transportation Worker Identification Card, also known as TWIC. And what it takes for each employee to be issued a TWIC, they must first submit statistics, their description, Social Security, and they actually pre-check. And then they're required to pay $132, $133. And then when that person is approved based on background check by the Transportation Security Administration, then they are issued a TWIC card, which is good for 5 years. To possess that TWIC card, you have to have knowledge of some maritime regulation pertaining to shipping and so forth. The maritime threat level, there are some procedures. I know of a private security agency that provides service to one of the private companies down there, and even they are required to have TWIC. And they are required to undergo some kind of training with respect to the different, they call it facility security activities. So by the requirement of this knowledge to be possessed, I think, by every employee down there, gives it that unique one technical aspect of the position itself. You are required to have this because you're working there. And to me, that's how I see the connection of even with the so-called maritime position, because they're required to have this maritime knowledge. Coast Guard regulations, transportation regulations pertaining to maritime, homeland security, and so forth. And I have a personal knowledge on that, in that area, because I have personal experience. And I like to share that. And of course, I support the amendment, the inclusion of that on the First Amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Buen provecho, Senator Palacios. Anybody else wishing to speak on the Blas amendment on page 2? If not, All those in favor, if there's no objections? Motion carries. Senator Blush, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the third amendment I would like to propose is actually found in Section 2, on page 2, and it is to basically reword subsection E to now read the adoption of the personnel rules and regulations for the Jose D. Leon Guerrero commercial port.
On that motion, if there are no objections, motion carries. Senator Blas, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next amendment I'd like to propose is for Section 2, subsection E1. Again, and maybe for the purposes of not being redundant, Madam Speaker, is any reference to maritime-related positions unique to port operations, certified technical professional positions, to strike those words out and just to replace that with the Jose D. Leon Guerrero commercial port.
On that motion, anybody wishing to speak? If not, are no objections, motion carries. Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in recognizing that again, that it was as a result of Public Law 2924 that this whole process has begun. It also further recognized that 2924, there was never inadvertently, and it probably never was intended that we were going to leave out the personnel, all of the personnel that are crucial and critical to the operations of the port. And so the next amendment would basically is again in the same subsection of Section 2E1 is strike out the words as required by Public Law 2924.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, motion carries. Senator Blas.
Thank you. And that same section, Madam Speaker, and that same subsection is to strike out the words and the new Chapter 8 to Title 10 of the Guam Administrative Rules and Regulation is hereby enacted, and to replace it with and shall apply to all classified positions within the Jose D. Leon Guerrero commercial port.
On that amendment, are there any objections? No objections, motion carries. Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next amendment I'd like to do is basically to reword subsection 2 of Section E, Section 2, which is again on page 2, but on my copy, on my amended copy is on page 3, to read the new subsection 2, the compensation and classification plan shall apply to all positions classified and unclassified within the Jose D. Leon Guerrero commercial port.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, motion carries. Please proceed,
Thank
Senator
you, Madam
Blas.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next one is then in subsection 3, where now it's to read, the general manager shall identify and list by title the position description and starting pay range no later than 60 days after the effective date of this act.
On that motion, are there any objections? No objections, motion carries. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next one is in subsection 7 of the same section, and this will be found on page 3 of the original bill, but on page 4 of my amendment. And it is to strike out the words maritime-related positions unique to port operations and certified technical and professional.
On that amendment, are there any objections? Motion carries. Please proceed, Senator Blas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the next amendment is for Section 3. And for Section 3 to now read, notwithstanding area provisions of law, rule, regulation, or executive order, the personnel rules and regulations submitted by the Port Authority of Guam is hereby approved by Iminatuenta and Legislature in Guam, and the new Chapter 8 of Title 10 of the Guam Administrative Rules and Regulations is hereby enacted. The port is to transmit to the compiler of law the personnel rules and regulations incorporating all positions within the Jose D. Leon Rail Commercial Port.
On that amendment, are there any speakers? Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I might need to consult with legal counsel on this. My concern about this is when these rules and regulations underwent the AAA process, they only included the certified maritime positions unique to port operations, certified technical positions. To include other employees into this category and into these personnel rules and regs, they weren't given the opportunity to hold public hearings or to participate in the public hearings of the Administrative and Adjudication Act. So I don't believe that this is legal, and if you could give me a second to consult with legal counsel to confirm this, I would appreciate it.
We're going to go ahead and take a 1-minute break.
Thank you.
Matt, if you look at section 4.5, it does give the process. Section 4.5.
Legislature's back in session. There's going to be a meeting next door, and there's still some questions that need to be resolved with legal counsel and some language that has to be written. Therefore, they're going to need some time to do that, so we're going to recess until tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.